Good afternoon. Welcome to the Transparency, the Sheldon Jr. case. PSP stands for the Pennsylvania State Police. And this episode is I'm going to show you what they wrote up when what I believe is a fake Google warrant. Why do you say that, Lana? Well, I'm going to let you guys be the deciding factor. You guys can have your own opinions. But I'm also going to show you guys, I created Sheldon's route that night on Google Earth. So you guys can get acclimated with the area. You aren't going to believe this, though. So again, welcome. Come on in. Check this out. Couldn't watch my Browns any longer. What you guys are looking at here is police report written by Trooper Ryan Botter. And he's saying that on June 29th, remember, June 5th, or May 15th, the night of the murder, he waits all the way until June 29th to put in for a search warrant for Google location data. Now, the thing to understand about this is, in the case such as the Idaho 4 case, there were search warrants for cell tower dumps during a time frame of 2 hours. That was not done in this case. From 3 to 5, like they did in the murders in Idaho. That was not done here. Also, the victims' Google, Gmails, everything to do in their phones, apps, anything like that was registered to them, they were preserved and they were obtained for the data and the information through search warrants. There was preservations done, and then they continued with those preservations because they could sometimes be up in like 90 days. So you have to keep at it. Anyways, in this report here, he does not attach the search warrant. The defense never asked for it. Okay. And so what he says he did is he says, I completed a search warrant for the Google location data. The search warrant was then approved and signed by Judge Tesla on 6/29/2020. The search warrant was scanned and transmitted to Google via the Google Law Enforcement page on 6/29/2020. And then a Google reference number was assigned to this request, and a confirmation email was received by Google on June 29th, just right after saying, hey, we received it. This report shall be updated pending information received by Google. Now check this out. On July 5th, 2020, at approximately whatever time it was it 6 at night, I received correspondence from Google law enforcement via email. Google stated, I can't keep a straight face. Google stated that after diligent search and reasonable inquiry, we have found no responsive records pertaining to the geographical coordinates for the specified date ranges as outlined in your request. Therefore, we do not have documents responsive to your request. I said, what? This isn't even how is this possible? You guys know what that means, right? That means that you would put in Google coordinates, like your latitude and longitude, and you would fuck that up. You'd put in wrong lat and long. Okay? I said, why isn't the defense, this is unheard of. I said, why isn't the defense reading this report and saying to themselves, where's the search warrant? Let me see what you typed up. Let me see what, never seen the search warrant. Next. Let's see what Google actually wrote them in this email response. Here you go. From attention. This email message is from an external sender. Do not open link. This is an automated response to advise you that Google Legal Investigations Support has successfully received your legal request submissions. Google receives a very high volume of legal process every day. The team process legal requests in the order that we receive them. You may monitor the status of your request by logging into your LERS account. If your request relates to exigent circumstances or if you have further questions, please email blah, blah. Now, on Sunday, July 5th at 6:06. Okay. Oh my God. I can't even believe this. It says, hello. Regarding your attached legal request, after diligent search and reasonable inquiry, we have found no responsive records pertaining to the geographical coordinates. Wouldn't you then take your piece of paper that did we put in the right geographical? How do we have no phones in the area? This means that you can't even prove that Sheldon was there. Like, what are you talking about? This is unbelievable. And then here, nobody is saying anything about this. Sheldon had Gmail. Sheldon had locations on his phone. Why wasn't there a Google search warrant for Sheldon's Google account, his Gmail, that literally tracks you like GPS? Why wasn't it done on the victim? Why don't we have a geofence to see all of the active phones in the area between such and such time? Because it's going to show things that are not with the narrative. Then it says, so basically, however you filled out this search warrant is shit. Please submit any further legal process through the Google law enforcement request system. That's not how they did it last time. To create an account, visit. So we have tons of questions, right? This is unbelievable. How does this happen? Just, can you imagine? Like, I mean, this is only 2020 that this happened. Like, it's not that long ago. So you guys think that Pennsylvania State Police, the same people that arrested Brian Kober and did search warrants, do you think that they don't know how to write search warrants? Or do we think that they do? Now, pulling up, welcome to the slideshow. Welcome to Aliquippa. And so what I did here is I want you guys to, so we're going to slideshow it out. Okay. So you're going to see a bunch of different angles. Let me make sure this is as big as I want it. All right, good. There you go. Sheldon lived at 127 Orchard Street, right there with his grandfather. All right, right there. The Traverse was parked right where that red Blazer is parked. Okay. Across the street would be 128 Orchard Street, which is right there. And that's family. That's an aunt's house. And this is the house that had the cameras on. The 4 different cameras. So the night of the murder, this is the camera across the street that would catch when the Traverse is coming back and forth and Sheldon parked in this little driveway. And when he would get out and walk into the house, he would go just up the couple steps here from the porch, from the cement or from the sidewalk. And then right actually when you get into the house, there's a living room right there. And then you can go upstairs and they're right there. So every time that a flight of stairs would count, it would be once he was in the house and he would go up those flight of stairs. So the night of the murder, I put over here Wade Street because what I'm going to show you guys is that Sheldon had to have went somewhere before going straight up to take the medicine. And if I am a guessing woman, it's going to be somewhere over here where the family, who was also helping taking care of Sheldon's grandfather, who he lived with, monitored his medicine because he had just had a stroke. So, but the night they wanted to literally show a jury, okay, I'm going to show you guys. Remember I said this, how did this not come up in court? That it does not take 9 minutes to drive 1 minute and 30 seconds. So he would leave out Orchard Street. He would have made a left onto Franklin. And I want to be showing you guys the Aliquippa has a lot of hills. And so you see over here, like the high school, the junior high, it sits up on one of the hills, the football field. And so seeing it from this angle, when I take you around, it's more, you can kind of like get acclimated with the area. So when he makes a left to come out of Orchard Street and he's going to be driving along Franklin, as you can see, I put the lines here. There's no stoplights. And then up to where you get to Dollar General, as you guys can see, it is literally 1 minute and 30-second drive. Okay. There is one stop sign, which is right here at the bend. Right here. Next, he makes a right at the Dollar General to go up the hill. I'm going to show you guys. Let me go like this. Now, do you guys see how plan 6 is? You have to drive up this hill, and all these little areas where the housings are, little developments, is you keep climbing, and they have, that's why they're called like these plans, and it's for people that worked over in the steel yards. They had created, like, that's what all the workers that they had come in and work on the steel mill. That's where they got these names of plan. There's plan 6, there's a plan 12. Anyways, when you're driving up these hills along the area, it's where there's little housing. So Sheldon is taking this yellow path, and I put out a video to show you that it will take you 2.5 minutes to get to the point of right here. This is Carlisha Williams' house, his cousin. So as you're coming up this hill, I want you guys to see the area. Do you see all? I mean, this is what it looks like when you're driving up. You're literally driving through a bunch of trees, and then every so often comes a couple streets that make up that little neighborhood. Now, the back porch where a gentleman was sitting that evening, Carlisha's stepfather, that is the back porch of that house. As you can see right here, this was more gravel back then. And so cars would just pull in back right here was like an entryway. And so cars would park there. Now, when you get up to Jones Street over here, it is one way. You cannot just go, if you were to go straight, then you can go, you're going to see how this becomes one big block. But once you make a right onto Jones, you can't decide that you're going to turn around and come back that way. And so what I believe happened, as is pretty obvious, the first time he went up there where his vehicle was situated, it had to be in a way that made it so it was so easy for him to go back down the same way that he came, which is exactly what he did. And that's why I believe he pulled into where kind of like that van is right now. Okay. Or he pulled right up here to the side. And this is where he was on the first trip, then just kind of backed out and then went back down the same way he came. But once he would have come down and made a right on Jones, there is no, you're just going to go around the block. Again, this is Carlisha's house. So as you can see, when I did all of my test runs and stuff to see how many steps, this is how you can see when Sheldon would have gotten out and why only 82 steps would have happened, is it's like you're taking 30 to 40 steps one way and 30 to 40 steps back. All right. Also, he did not register going up any flights of stairs when he was there on the trip that Carlisha says that he came upstairs and talked to her through the bathroom door while she's taking a shit. That did not happen. That's insane. Okay. Next, Sheldon then came down Jones Street. And on Jones Street, none other than your 911 caller is on Jones Street. So again, there's Carlicia's house. Now, where that white van is down there, just a couple houses there down on your left, that's your 911 caller's house. Now, this house right here, as you guys can see, they have a Ring camera back right here, right across the street from Carlicia's. Back in the day, they had cameras, and the Lord knows what happened to them. Here are all the different vans that Joe Richardson had just lined up. He had 3 or 4 registered to him back in the day. And then here's a good nice little angle. Let me go back. So this is another thing that I was like, what the heck's going on? Here's all this shit. But right here is that cord. And it's not a cord, you guys. It's like a funnel piece. It's like funneling shit. You guys can decide whatever you want, but when you go all the way down to the end of Jones, though, you then have to make a left. And when you make that left, this is Larimer. And right here, a woman had a camera back in the day. Not this corner house, but the one that's right past it. And they used, because that next street, when you actually, if you would have made a left to go down this way, that's the next street is Keel Street. But Sheldon didn't do that. And how they said that he didn't do that is because the person up there had a camera and at the time didn't see a Traverse or an SUV or anything. And so just showing you guys how that area was. All the houses are nice and close together. You're up on this hill. It overlooks, there's the Ohio River. And now this is almost at the end of that street. And at the end of the street, they had a camera as well. Right here, it says security. Do you think the cops went there to look and see of any cameras? No, they did not. Even though it says that this property is being watched, we have surveillance. And then this is Williams. And then at the end of Williams here, it's just a big block. This is where Keel Street is. This is Keel Street. And so if you go back a little bit, that's where that cut through street is, and that's Shaw. But this is Keel Street, and this is the street that if you go winding all the way down, you're going to, get to, there we go. So you see how these houses sit up on the hill? And they gradually, like at each different section of the hill when you're going up, there's a little plan. And then you continue on past it and you're climbing the hill still. Okay, and now there's, houses. And so this is what Plan 6 is. And so when you're coming then down the hill, you're then going to be wrapping around. Let's see. All the way right down here. That's going to wrap you around. And there's 2 sharp bends. So right here starts it. There's a sharp bend right here. And there's a sharp bend right here. And that sharp bend right there, let me make sure you guys can see what I'm showing. That's where Tyreek was, in the middle of the street. Right there. Now, I want to show you guys. Let me just get us all twisted up again. Okay. So, this is your 2-lane highway that's 51 right here. And the Brandon Wexler was coming from Rochester, okay? And so he would have been traveling, coming from this way. And what you do is you're going to be getting off right there at this little area. Right here is Two Cousins. Right there. And that's what has the 24 cameras, because this is Franklin right here. And where the 911 caller was coming from was on .51 allegedly, because it brings you down right here. And then go underneath the bridge up here to then come out, and it could be able to come back around. But the only problem with that is that the 911 call traced back to Baden, which is, keep it moving this way. Let me back out. Way over here on this, like, see where it says Baden there? And the airport where he would have been working is not this way, but it's all the way back over here, this way. So it's, you and your phone being the complete opposite way from where you should have been coming from. That's one of the problems. This is Pennsylvania. Yep. And it's just, if you wanted to know this area and follow this case, everything is all on timing. And so everything is really close together. So much so that it is impossible, as you guys can see, for Sheldon to leave his house and literally just drive a minute and 30 seconds to 2 minutes to get to Dollar General, yet his car is shown up on Dollar General 9 minutes after leaving his house. And it's like, either that's not his vehicle, right? Or he went somewhere beforehand. And this was never even brought up in court. Now, when Sheldon would have come down, so I want to show you how small this little area is. Okay. Right here off to the left, this is the Aliquippa Police Department, right here on Franklin. So right here, this white building, that is the Aliquippa Police Department. Literally just a couple buildings from Two Cousins, which is right here. Two Cousins is right here. Okay. This is the street that you would turn on to go. A little patch is Cochran, and then right here it becomes Keel. And then that's what goes up the hill. Okay. So Sheldon is seen, or a traverse is seen right here on the corner at 11:35 and 52 seconds at night. And then it is seen traveling 25 miles an hour right past the police department, right past then the city hall is then on the left. Then you got to go a couple more blocks right here. And then the Dollar General has his car then at 11:37. And he's just driving perfectly back straight along Franklin all the way around the bend here and right to where he lives with his grandfather. And he's pulling in making a left, or I'm sorry, a right, and then pulling into the driveway where his aunt's house, right across the street, at 11:39. Okay. They didn't show any of this in trial. The defense didn't do a fucking thing in trial. The defense didn't call anybody to the stand. The defense didn't do shit. Okay. Nothing. The defense didn't show how Sheldon was planning on going to the police academy in a month. He had it on his calendar. They didn't go through his cell right. They didn't do anything for this boy. Young man. He was 22. And so I want to keep this brief. That way the people that are wanting to learn about the case, this is a young man who was railroaded and who was framed. He was framed by a couple civilians and then a couple people that are higher up. He did not have a public defender. His defense team was paid. It was a private defense team. And they raised money through the church. And if I could recommend anything for Sheldon, he needs to have this next time around. He needs to have absolutely nothing to do with anybody that he knows or doesn't know having anything to do with funding his defense. If you know what to ask for and make sure that your public defender is on it, you will be fine. But hey, if someone like an Alan Jackson wanted to come along, but it's just ridiculous because you have to, if you want to follow along as to why somebody wouldn't possibly open up the discovery and listen to his client, and he's saying, listen, I didn't do it. I'm innocent. I didn't shoot Tyreek Pugh. But what's crazy is when you want to talk about this investigation and you want to talk about, well, what did they present and how did a jury find him guilty? Well, they honed in on this timeline. And the timeline was that the 911 caller calls at 11:39 and that the Traverse is seen leaving the area at 11:35 and 52 seconds. And so thereby he must be guilty. And they went a little bit further to say, well, then we served a search warrant at his house and we found a gun underneath his mattress. And just like they did in the Richard Allen case, they got a ballistics person to say that, yep, that's the gun that fired the shot. And here, Sheldon's team didn't call anybody to the stand to say, yeah, no, that's not the gun. There's no motive here. And the lies, all the discrepancies with there's cameras in the area and they show a totally different timeline. And then they got people saying, oh, well, that camera was wrong. I just reset it and it was off 43 minutes. But that's not what it says. It says when you line it all up, it says that it's accurate, that it isn't off. And then when they got to trial, the cop said, it was only off 26 minutes. It's like, where are you getting this stuff from? They were literally just making shit up. Making it up. I was there. I was at that trial. I couldn't believe what was being presented. Okay. You have witnesses that are saying that they heard gunshots and it wasn't until midnight. And everyone's like, well, how can that be? We have a 911 call that came in at 11:39. Why don't you start there and see what's up? How are police that aren't even dispatched, that aren't even working that night at the crime scene within a minute? How does that happen? Are you able to advise Sheldon of this via his family? Oh, yeah, I always give my 2 cents. Don't worry about that. Very opinionated on this case. So wasn't he robbed for his check? Nope, there was no check. It was direct deposit. All of his money's in there. Tyreek Pugh. No. Tyreek Pugh was killed so that they could frame Sheldon Jeter Jr. Because Tyreek's license on his license had the same address that Sheldon did, because Tyreek Pugh used Sheldon's grandfather's address because all throughout his life, Tyreek Pugh was helped raise through the church. And he never had changed his driver's license back from when he put it on there in like 2013. Tyreek Pugh was arrested and detained for disorderly conduct in 2019 and 2018 after the murder of Rachel Delando. And I think somebody made a little mental note that, wow, Tyreek Pugh has the same address as Sheldon Jeter Jr. This was very well thought. This was very well thought out. I've never heard in my entire life that 8 police officers go to give a death notice. Have you guys ever heard of that? Shit, the Gonsalveses couldn't even get one to get out there. When you look at, let's see here. This is what it looks like when you're talking about chain of custody with evidence. And let's see. Okay. There is no motive, none. No, they were all together. There is no motive. Sheldon was building a YouTube channel for his church. He was ready and set to go to police academy on June 26th, 2020. His brother was he's one of 6 brothers, and they all have different moms except for, or different dads rather. So it's like some of them have, like him and his little brother Jewel, they have the same mom, different dads. And then his older brothers, they all have the same dads, different moms. Okay, so it's a really, I'm going to actually do like a family tree for Sherry out there. She knows why. She's really interested in the case. And I was explaining to her, like, when you want to talk about why it's a lot difficult to do African-American IGG work, this is a case for you to learn all about that. But let me show you guys something else that you wouldn't believe. So on that night of the murder, they said they went over to 2 cousins and were able to view the cameras. Well, 2 cousins, this is during COVID. And 2 cousins was, so this is what they look like. Okay. Two cousins. Pennsylvania State Property Records. Now, what they claim that they did is on the night of the murder. This place closes. It's a convenience store. It closes during non-COVID hours. It closed at midnight. When I say it closed, it like literally like chained up this place. I mean, it's not in the best area, and it brought down like, you're not getting in there. Okay. And so these officers, these Pennsylvania State Police officers, they said that at 1:30 in the morning, 2 of them marched on over from the crime scene. Meanwhile, the crime scene log shows that they're still in the crime scene tape from 11:39 to 3:32 in the morning. Okay, they never left. Yet they want to take the stand and say, oh, we went over to Two Cousins convenience store and we just walked in there. And we were able to ask them to use their cameras and to start looking at their cameras. And then we just sat there and we just started writing down all the cars that were coming in all the different areas. And we were just jotting down what time they were passing by these cameras. And I'm like, yeah, do you know how long that takes? I said, first of all, let's back up. Where is the report of you going to Two Cousins, of you interviewing? Because when you would have got there, it's a convenience store. There's nobody there. It's locked. It's closed at 1:30 in the morning. So who did you call to say, hey, we're the Pennsylvania State Police. We need you to get down here. We need to look at your cameras. When can you be here? They didn't do that with any of the other camera play, like any other businesses. They weren't calling them up saying, hey, you have the police department right there. Well, I guess let's look at the police department cameras and see if there's any cars speeding on, the main street. Now we're going to hit up Two Cousins in the middle of the night. We don't write a report. We do not have anything recorded. And they claim that they walked in at 1:30 and just sat down and started. They don't have a piece of paper. They don't have copies of paperwork. Here's the notes I took to copy and jot all this stuff down. And nobody testified that, yep, they came in, they called me on my cell phone. I mean, would they have that guy's cell phone? I mean, what the hell are we talking about here? They never went in. They never went into this place at 1:30 in the morning. And the defense didn't do anything about it. The defense isn't asking themselves, why would they take 8 people to go give a death notice? It's unheard of. You don't take 8 people to do that. So here with this camera, if you zoom in on the date, which we will, let's talk about this camera. Here we go, Two Cousins camera. When did you obtain it? Oh, 5 o'clock at night. 5:16. Where is there any screen recordings of you putting anything screen recording wise into evidence? There's not. See, surveillance video obtained from Two Cousins. Well, nothing is signed out by Broader, as stated in his report number 60, which I'll show you what I'm talking about. Report 60. On May 19th at 12:10 hours, trooper or the evidence custodian, signed out property record. Two Cousins video. So a working copy could be made. Did you guys see that? Didn't happen. I just showed you that. When you have to sign something out, that's what the chain of custody is for. You'd been signing that out. You want to know why he had to write this and do it this way? Well, if you look at his report from saying that he went over and let's see. So as you can see here, all these dudes that said that they went over. Alex Bitts said he went over. He's an Aliquippa cop. He didn't leave the crime scene until 3:32 in the morning. So you liar. And then Michael Miller. Nope. 3:32. You a liar. Okay. You were inside the crime scene tape. And you didn't leave the crime scene tape. None of this was argued at court. Okay. See this date right here? 5/20/20. He wrote up the report after he had obtained the video so that he could actually do this. This is what they said they did on the night of the murder with no proof of it. They said that on May 15th at approximately the City of Aliquippa Police Department was dispatched. Upon arrival by Aliquippa Police, they found a male on the road. On May 16th at approximately 1:30 in the morning, myself. And so you find out who wrote the report, Miller. Okay, so Miller saying myself and Alex Bitts, we responded to Two Cousins convenience store. I think Miller is saying that he did this because guess who didn't write a report? Not a single cop in Aliquippa. Okay. Michael Miller didn't go and do this. Michael Miller, where's the proof that you did this? You work with the Pennsylvania State Police. You were the lead on this. Why didn't you obtain the surveillance cameras from Two Cousins to show that you walked your fucking asses in that motherfucker at 1:30? Huh? That's what I thought. Because you didn't. So, but on May 16th at approximately 1:30, myself and Officer Bitts responded to Two Cousins convenience store to locate any surveillance video. Then I went ahead and I grabbed the radio, all the radio communications back and forth. And if you did that, you'd be saying how you're responding over there at Two Cousins and that you're trying to get the phone number of the person that owns the building so that you can get somebody down here so you can start looking at the surveillance video. There is no radio of you doing any of this. Was this argued in court? No. Not at all. It's because I believe whoever was Sheldon's attorneys, who I know who they are, I believe that, I mean, this is the easiest shit I would think to do. Like, this is like no work. You just have to read it and you're like, wait, what? And then, I mean, no supplemental discovery requests were made, nothing. It's like you're taking everything that they wrote as fact. There's no, this defense team didn't ask for anything. Nothing. They didn't put any motions in. They did nothing. How does this not outrage people? How come the Pittsburgh mainstream media buried this? Sheldon Jr. was a person of interest in one of Pennsylvania's biggest unsolved murder cases to do with the 2018 teacher. So, now they want to say that while they were there at 1:30 in the morning, while reviewing surveillance video, I requested that Two Cousins allow PSP to review surveillance video from 11:31 to 11:45. Why that time frame? And it was to see if any vehicles coming from Keel Street onto Franklin Avenue. While monitoring the video at Two Cousins, which they didn't do. So think about this. The following vehicles were noted to pass by Two Cousins convenience store. You'd be able to show a jury you didn't write up any of this until after you obtained that video from Two Cousins on May 16th at 5 p.m., right? Because that's written up at 5:20, right? On 5:20. You type this up. Mm-hmm. So you had the video, right? Yeah. Yeah, I did. But this is what they're saying gave them probable cause Because when they got over to Sheldon's house, they say, if you read all of this, you know how long this would take you to do? You know how many cameras they had? They had 24 cameras. Now, the cop, Alex Bitts, who moved the van out of the crime scene before the crime scene technicians came in and took pictures, they moved the one van out of the crime scene. So why? So an officer got into a van and moved it, and that officer is the same officer that then came down here and supposedly got this information, right? And then he's the same officer, then he's at Sheldon's house, and he then gets in Sheldon's car, and without having an evidence blanket in there, without, what did you have gloves on? Don't even know what you were doing. Why would you even do that? You would tow the car. He gets in and he drives off in Sheldon's vehicle. What? Yeah. And then the vehicle breaks down, they say, and it's off on the side of the road. Anyways, so when you get back to this, based upon the review of the surveillance video, it was found that 2 vehicles came off of Cochran Street, so coming down the hill, and onto Franklin Avenue, which the remaining vehicles, they said they were going towards, like, to go up the hill or either to get on 51. Okay. So they thought that they had narrowed it down to just 2 vehicles. You wouldn't have known that night. And how do you know that the vehicle wouldn't have been from somebody that came way earlier? Right? Like there's other ways out of there, and I'll explain that. So the call, they said, to 911 was placed at 11:39. So that's what they said, okay. And dispatch, 11:41, and the time that the police got over there, it was 11:41 and 52 seconds because they saw it on the camera. And so the information would prove to be important later when at the residence, we noted that on the driver's license that was found on the deceased, when we went to that residence, a Chevy Traverse was located in the driveway. Now think about this. If you really don't have any of this information, right? You don't know that you're going to find that, right? So the people, it should have only been, like, why was Alex Bitts responding to go give a death notice? Why were 8 people going and responding to give a death notice at Sheldon's grandfather's house? And when they're there, which they say, oh, look it, that's that Traverse that we saw on the video that we never watched, right? And so that's when I was like, hello? How would they know, though, that the Traverse would be found on that camera footage? How would they know that? Because it's an inside job. Because you already knew that Sheldon drives a Traverse. He was up there. You're following him. You've been following him since the murder of Rachel Delando. That's all you guys have been doing in that area, is following that young man everywhere. Okay. And you would be showing to the jury that the police were following Sheldon. It's very simple to show, because you're going to show that they never went into 2 cousins, and they cannot prove that they went into 2 cousins, and that this was not written up until after they obtained the video. And the only thing that I think that that his defense team said, I think they asked this guy 5 questions on cross-examination. 5. And it was about, is it normal that you guys take how many people to go give a death notice? And so it's just like, now let me show you what else they did in this case. I'm going to show you back to where, check this out. if you go to, I'll come back to one of these other reports. And if I show you this, okay, so we're back over here to, let's go down. Over here. Okay. I'm going to show you guys something. That's good lighting. We'll go with this. Okay. So right here is the Two Cousins building. It's Two Cousins convenience store. Okay. And they drop down these chains and they lock this all up. Okay. I mean, and so they think, they want me to believe that at 1:30 in the morning during COVID, they just walked down there, right? Hey, can you let us in? We want to look at your surveillance cameras. And they're not, like, they don't bring any recorders. They don't bring nothing. Well, nobody's there. Who'd you talk to? Who'd you call? What are you talking about? You just can't go to a convenience store that's not open and just be like, let me talk to fake people and go in there and write up this fake shit. So one of the other things that happened that night was they have it's the Aliquippa Ambridge Bridge, and they have a license plate reader. Okay. So does the guy that owns the store live above it? There's an apartment above that. And if you would think that they would have brought in the guy that supposedly had to get woken up in the middle of the night or whatever and had him testify to that, wouldn't you? And then if you're an attorney, wouldn't you go and talk to the Two Cousins people and say, hey, I want the surveillance cameras not just from 11:30 to 11:45. I want when the cops came in here. I want to see them walking into this building at 1:30 in the morning. Is that the first thing you would do? Well, it depends on when did Sheldon get his discovery. What's written in Sheldon's probable cause? And it's written in there that they went to the Two Cousins. So you wouldn't even need the discovery. Once you've read the probable cause, you would have known that you need to get your asses to Two Cousins and get the video camera to see if the cops truly went in there. So here with this, they said at 1:00 in the morning, okay, Michael Miller, who was in charge of this investigation from PSP, says, okay, hey, Juror Patrick Thomas, I want you to be in charge of going and getting the license plate reader from the bridge over here, because what would happen here is, so let me show you guys. All right. So over here, if you were, well, two things. See this road down right here? It goes up like a little hill there. Well, guess what? Right here at the top, right there, that's where Officer Alex Bitts was. Okay. And so when I went to Aliquippa, I've been there, like I said, I can't even tell you how many times. It was like a second home to me in 2021 and 2022. And I went there and I got in my vehicle up here at the top, and I was driving around to see how far and where I could be situated up there so that I could see what the heck, what could I see over here? Ellipses. There we go. And you have a ridiculous view when you are over here. You literally can watch. So this is the people that would be driving up to go to the keel. Okay, right here at this little intersection here. You could get on 51 right there. People can get off 51. Okay. Back right there is, you could sit there and you could literally watch it all. And that's exactly where Two Cousins camera has Alex Bitts just strolling so slow down this little area right here. And that's where he was located, and which has a clear view right here of what transpired right up here past then this little bend and this little sharp bend right here. Now, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Michael Miller said, hey, because over here, I'll get us back out of here for a second. Let me get us over to the, okay. So if you look over here, it's like this. If you drive along 51, it's along the Ohio River here. But as you're driving along, you're going to come to right here, which is the Ambridge and Aliquippa Bridge right here. Okay, it's a really cute area. You drive across the bridge, and there's a really cute area in here. A lot of cool little places to like eat and drink. I like it. I go there. They have one of the places I go has awesome wings. Like I'll always hit that place up when I'm in town. Anyways, there's license plate readers. Okay, this is how ridiculous this is. So it was assigned to Trooper Patrick Thomas. And oh, by the way, their neighborhood canvas consisted of knocking on two doors in the area. That's it. But here, okay. Now, because these have full names, phone numbers, license plates, and all that stuff, just want to show you though what the top of the paper looks like. And that this is just absolutely ridiculous. Okay. On 5/16, because remember it's going to be that part of the morning, at 1 o'clock in the morning, I was tasked to check the license plate reader located at the Aliquippa Ambridge Bridge for the time frame of the incident. All the vehicles that were traveling southbound on State Route 51 that were captured on the license plate reader were ran and attached to this report. Okay. From the period of 5/21 to 6/1, contact was attempted to be made with all registered owners. The following is a list of the registered owners, the type of vehicle they were driving, and which route they took the night of 5/15 and their subsequent interview. Now, I couldn't believe this. You guys, whatever these people said to them, they just wrote down, and it's like, boom, it's the Bible. More importantly, there was people that they didn't even get in touch with. And then most importantly, the defense team didn't do anything with any of this. And then most importantly, there is no mention of where these people actually reside. Like, it would be important to know, and it's also, there's no geofence, remember? Remember Google came back and they said, oh, you guys don't know how to fill out the search warrants, and whatever coordinates you gave us, We don't have anything for those coordinates. Don't you think you would attempt to put in new coordinates or have some type of contact back with them? Like, wait, what do you mean there's no records? Like, what are the coordinates saying that we gave you? Where is it placing on the map? Like, hello, right? The hell. Lana, are you aware of what I'm aware of? Everything. This is I probably have forgotten about information about this case than people know. Okay, so check this out. They waited until 5:21 to 6:1 to do this. We get to a person named Dawn Moser, who is a 2017 GMC Terrain, Pennsylvania registration, blah, blah. The license plate reader captions her at 23 hours, 11 minutes, and 28 seconds. That would be 11:11. Okay. And it's like, captured her's going which way? Okay. More importantly, guess who Dawn is married to or is in a relationship with or whatever their, I don't know, fiance, whatever, fucking, whatever you want to say. Ready? None other than the guy who has the gun with the silencer. This is what it says in this report. At approximately June 1st, 2020, at approximately, don't remember the hours, Trooper Broader spoke to this Dawn woman, and the report is as follows. And then it has like two, like, you know, it's like two colons right there, so that you're about to tell us like what she said. And it's just blank. Moser reported the following, and then there's nothing there. And here I'm like, wait, what the hell? So I do all my digging to see who the hell these people are. I'm like, oh my God, this Dawn woman lives with the Mike guy. And the Mike guy was the one with the gun with the silencer. Okay. And for the record, I'm not sitting here saying that any of these people have anything to do with anything. I'm showing you guys how they didn't investigate a damn thing. Next, Teddy Joe, black Chevrolet Silverado. The license plate reader captures him at 11:11. Juror McGeary and I made contact with Teddy at his residence. He reported that he traveled east on Franklin Avenue, made a right turn onto Cochran Street, and got onto State Route 51 southbound. Teddy related that he did not see anyone walking, no one drove past him in the opposite direction, and he did not see anyone stop on Keel Street. Period. Look at, just period, nothing else, moving on. Not like, why wouldn't you ask him questions like, what time do you live up there? What time are you traveling? See if they're going to lie to you. Next person. I just told you Dawn. Next person is Richard. This person drives a Jeep Cherokee. He was captured on a license plate reader on that bridge, 11:13. Still need to make contact with him, is what that says. Still need to make contact. What? Number 4, Donald. Donald drives a Ford F-150. It's a West Virginia registration. License plate reader captured him at 11:13. Still need to make contact. What? Ready? Next one. Robert, number 5. Gray 2017 Chevy Malibu. Pennsylvania registration. License plate reader captured him at 11:21. On 5:30, we finally got in touch with him, and he said, I made contact with Robert via telephone. Via telephone. Robert reported that he did drive east on Franklin Avenue, made a right turn onto Cochran Street, and got onto State Route 51 southbound. Robert related that he did not see anyone walking, no one drove past him in the opposite direction, and he did not see anyone stopping on Keel Street to shoot somebody. You know what I mean? Okay, thank you. Amanda, number 6. License plate reader had her at 11:22. No phone number was listed, period. Whoever Amanda is, Amanda drove a 2013 Dodge Caravan. I need to talk to Amanda. Amanda Archer, who are you? Hello. The police, they said, in quotes, no listed phone number, nothing else. Dude, we need Amanda. Who? Hi. Next person, Tracy. Tracy had a white 2007 Hyundai Sonata. God, Tracy, please tell me. Tracy. Okay. They say 11:23 on June 1st at approximately 8 o'clock in the morning. I contacted her via telephone. Tracy related that she did not travel through Aliquippa and was on State Route 51 the entire time. Next person. Andrew. Oh, wow. Silver 2019 Chevrolet Silverado, West Virginia registration. On 6/1 at approximately noon, I spoke with Andrew via the telephone. Andrew reported that he did not take Franklin Avenue or drive through Aliquippa. He stayed on State Route 51, traveling south to State Route 151. He did not see or hear anything. Number 9, Carol Baskins. Just kidding, guys. Carol Baskins. Silver bullet, thank you so much. Carol, she drives a 2018 Silverado as well. And we still have to make contact with her. Number 10, Hannah. Hannah drives a Ford Escort. License plate reader had her at 11:26. Left a note on the residence on 5/28. Still haven't heard from her. Jeffrey drives a 2015 Silverado. Look at all these Silverados. The license plate reader captured him at 11:32. On 5/27 at approximately 4 o'clock, Trooper McGeary and I spoke with Jeffrey at his residence. Jeffrey reported that he did not drive through Aliquippa City on Franklin Avenue. He said on Site Route 51 through the South Heights, he did not see or hear anything. Now, Patience, number 12. She has a 2015 Chrysler 200, and that's seen on the cameras up in Plan 6. The license plate reader captured her at 11:32. 11:32. That means you're at that bridge, 11:32. That means just a couple minutes before that is when you would have been coming down the hill of Keel Street. Okay. How do I know that? But I want to hear what she has to say. When she was interviewed, I just know this to be true because I did my own investigation and I found the 200 Charger or the 200 Chrysler on a camera up there. Patience reported that she did not travel eastbound on Franklin Avenue. She took a right turn onto Cochran Street and got onto State Route 51. No, that's not true. She did not see anyone walking on Keel Street. She did not remember anyone driving past her in the opposite direction and did not see anyone parked on the street. Whatever you told them, they just wrote down, and it was like, okay. Number 13, Valerie. She's got a 2008 Chevy Impala. This is my favorite person. License plate reader, 11:33. Remember, they're putting the time of the murder at 11:34. Okay. And so to be on that bridge, you'd be coming from either State Route 51 and you're just making a left, or you could potentially be coming from Aliquippa at the beginning over there. And so Valerie says, cops call, and she says, click. And so they write down, they're like, we called her number and she hung up on us, period. Okay. Well, the next person is Jeremiah Johns. License plate reader, 1134. On 527, Drew McGeary and I spoke with Johns and Jeremiah Johns at his residence. He said that on 515, he only remembered coming across the Aliquippa Ambridge Bridge. He did not travel through the city of Aliquippa using Franklin Avenue. Now you're asking him this on 527 for something that he would have done on 515 night. Then we have a name, I can't even pronounce it. It's Abadikura Hamanama Mahamihamatafo. He has a 2018 Ford Fiesta, Pennsylvania registration. The license plate reader captured him at 11:35, 1 minute after the murder of what they're saying. This vehicle is captured on two cousins' surveillance traveling east on Franklin Avenue. Okay. It is identified as a pizza delivery vehicle. Okay. Pizza delivery vehicle. And that's all it says is period. Period. They never called him. They never asked because they simply just said that basically because we have him on two cousins' camera at 11:32 that he just came across, went over the Ambridge Bridge, and that's what equates to then 11:35. And I said, oh, wait, you know what it tells me? Is it tells me that we need to take a look at the two cousins' camera and the accuracy of it. That if he could be at the Aliquippa Ambridge Bridge at 11:35, you need to go and see what time his Ford Fiesta. Okay. Also, if you rewind it back even further, he's driving all over the place that night. He was up in that area in Plan 6 before them. But more importantly, you'd want to call because he'd be passing and being on Keel Street before you get on 51. He'd be there. Like, did you see somebody in the middle of the road just putting, I don't know, seven bullets in somebody? Like, how do you not call this man and say, hey, when you were driving, did you see a bunch of flashing, someone shooting somebody right there? Unreal. They just said to themselves, we're really not calling people then for anything. We're just eliminating if they could be the killer. And I'm over here like, you may have a witness. They didn't need a witness. Like, this guy could have said, yeah, I saw that. Like, how do you not call this person? Absolutely ridiculous. These people suck. I want one of them to stand trial. Okay. And we're going to do an investigation like this. Nobody deserves to have, everyone deserves a fair trial. This is shit. Rose drives a Subaru. I fucking hate Subarus. Her license plate reader, or the bridge captures her at 11:35. We call up good old Rose here on 527. Dude, you were tasked with this on the night of the murder at 1 p.m. or at 1 a.m. and you're just getting around to calling fucking Rose on 527. Rose says she reported that she did not travel through the city of Aliquippa using Franklin Avenue. She stayed out on Route 51. She did not see or hear anything. Wouldn't you ask Rose where she was coming from? You guys, this was during COVID. Like when everything shut down. This was May 15th of 2020. This is when bars closed right at the end of for St. Patrick's Day, and everything was closed. Where you going, girl? It's 11:30. What you doing out? Where you coming from? Where you live at, Rose? Thomas, number 17 here. 2005 Ford Explorer. License plate reader had him at 11:36. Well, we talked to him, and he just said that he did not travel on Franklin Avenue, and he stayed on State Route 51. Well, clearly he didn't stay on State Route 51 because he eventually got on the bridge, right? That's all you got out of that? But then the best part is that did the defense call any of these people on the phone and ask them any more questions, or even just to make sure that, hey, that the Commonwealth really called you, that the police really did call you? Brandon drives an orange 2019 Ford Escape. Guess what? 1137 license plate captured him. Brandon here. They just call up on the phone. Brandon related that he did not travel through the city of Aliquippa using Franklin Avenue. He stayed on State Route 51 and didn't hear anything. Then we have Ernest Pitts, Pitts. He has a Lexus. Pitts has the funeral home in that area. It's a big, big name. Okay? Big, big name. Guess what? He's seen at 11:39 on that camera. We still have to make contact with him. What? What do you mean you still have to make contact with him? Laura Richardson, same last name as the 911 caller. I can't seem to find a relation, but who knows? But Laura Richardson, I highlighted it because I wanted to pay attention to what are the odds that a Laura Richardson in a white 2007 Suzuki, which I don't even believe that it's white because I found one that's not white that's been up in the area of where that Richardson is located, like up on Jones Street. What are the odds that a Laura Richardson at 11:39 would be captured on, like, well, also this is where you have to look at it. We have no idea who's driving the vehicle. Just because the license plate captures that car, that's the car that it captures. It doesn't tell you who's driving the vehicle. So wouldn't the first thing that you would ask these people is, were you driving your vehicle that night, or does anybody else drive your vehicle? Who else has access to your vehicle? Think about it. So the last name, first name, Laura Richardson. 911 caller is Joe Richardson. Joe Richardson calls 911 at 11:39. Laura Richardson is captured on the cameras at 11:39. What are the odds of that? I said, we got to get to the bottom if Laura Richardson, if she's any relation to Joe Richardson. Because on 5:31 and 20, on 5:31, when this interview happened at approximately noon, Trooper McGarry spoke with Richardson via the telephone. Richardson related that she traveled through the city of Aliquippa. And I said, holy shit, yes, this is what I'm talking about. This is the changing of the vehicles. I want to hear more about this. That means she traveled through Aliquippa. That means at the time of the crime, this vehicle is traveling through Aliquippa. Laura Richardson, because she gets to the license plate reader at 11:39, that means take it back a couple minutes and boom, daddy, you're right there. Like, and so she says that she used Franklin Avenue traveling east. She then turned right onto Cochran Street and then got onto State Route 51. Richardson reported that she did not see anyone driving past her in the opposite direction. She did not see anyone walking or any cars parked on Keel Street. Get out. Dude, when she's saying that she's doing this, a freaking homicide is occurring in the middle of the road. And she's saying, I didn't see anything. Dude, what? And she's saying nobody passed her. Sheldon is driving his Traverse at 11:35 in 56 seconds, bitch. Sheldon just misses everybody and manages to just kill somebody in the middle of the road. And all these people just didn't see it. No, it's because it didn't happen like that. It's because the body was placed there after he was dead. And then the last bullet was put right here. That's what. This is ridiculous. But I said, oh my God, what are the odds? At the same time, they're both captured. Laura Richardson and Joe Richardson are literally passing each other possibly tailgating each other up the hill before she then says, and she gets on 51. That crazy? It's crazy to me. Nothing to see here, though. Number 21, Jason. Jason drives a white 2001 Ford Escape. We catch his at 11:41, and Jason says that he relates that he left work at approximately 11:30 from the industrial park. He traveled west on Franklin Avenue, made a left turn onto Cochran Street, and then got onto State Route 51. Again, I don't believe that he would have left at 11:30. He would have been to the bridge way before 11:41. It's literally just a couple minutes. He traveled south on South Road 51 into South Heights. Jason reported that no one passed him going the opposite direction on Keel Street. He did not see anyone walking or anyone parked on the street. Too bad that white 2001 Ford Escape at 11:41. Is it on Two Cousins camera, though? This is wild. Everybody had their cell phones on them. Okay, Google. This whole Google warrant comes back, and whatever coordinates you put in, it's bringing back nothing. This is absolutely crazy. And is that everybody? I think that's all. 21 people. 21 people. A third of them have not been contacted. And then here the defense gets this, and this is what they do. Nothing. Nothing. Don't you want to call these people to the stand? And at the very least say, I put you on Keel Street during the time of the murder, right? Did you see anybody getting murdered? No. Why would we do something so absurd? This is absolutely crazy. Now you want to talk about some crazy shit? I'll give you guys a little 101. All right. So, Rachel Del Tondo was murdered May of 2018. Carlisha Williams and her crew of people from that area and from the other areas on November 7th, 2018, they were all arrested for a big old scam with fentanyl, carfentanil, heroin, 400 grams being tossed overseas, packaging the shit, and using FedEx and shit like that and she was, she just conspired with people, and all she did was supply an address to where people would go and pick up the goods. And I'm like, how the fuck would she know the addresses? Who the fuck was she talking to? You know? Well, so here they arrest Carlisha on November 7th of 2018. Again, 6 months after Rachel's murder. Then, May of 2019, they make up some story about Sheldon being in the middle of the street and being on drugs, and they pop him with the Narcan. Well, he goes with his attorney, and he's at the hospital. He's like, I want to be drug tested. I don't have drugs in my system. I want to show that I didn't have drugs in my system. And they're just trying to like label this kid. Okay. And so he does all that, and he has all of that. Now Carlisha Williams will publicly plead guilty, and this is all in federal court, on February 10th, 2020. She cuts a plea deal on February 10th, 2020. Literally just months before this murder will take place on May 15th, 2020. Then the sentencing for Carlisha will happen on May 29th, 2020, where she was sentenced to, they kept on pushing it back. It's 2025, you guys. 2025. Carlisha Williams hasn't served a day in federal prison. Carlisha Williams has never been sentenced, what her sentence is going to be and where she's going to be doing this. Okay. Carlisha Williams is the house on top of the hill where all of this, getting lured up there a second time to bring this medication. I went through Sheldon's cell right, and I found some more proof to help with. Okay. On 5/3/2020 at 11:14 a.m., Carlisha texts Sheldon and says, "You all should come up not this Sunday, but next Sunday about having a barbecue." 5/3/2020. The murder happened on 5/15. Now, Tyreek Pugh, 2 days before he was murdered, he had filled out 2 separate online to become and work for the United States Postal Service. That's how Carlisha Williams was transporting her carfentanil and fentanyl, was using the United States Postal Service. But there is something to be said. During COVID, however, it was being pushed. That's when the U.S. Postal Service was like, mad trying to hire people. So Sheldon just had welcomed his little baby brother into the world in November of 2019. Just before that, Sheldon's baby brother, the dad, had gotten into a fatal car accident where then Sheldon kind of stepped in as a father figure. Sheldon had a job, and Sheldon provided, his name's Jewel, with all of his, he got like a crib set with the dresser. He bought, there's pictures of it. There's of him purchasing this, setting it up in the room. His clothes, his diapers, formula. He watched him all the time. I have the videos of them, of him taking nonstop selfies with his baby brother, nonstop videos, and constantly providing for not only his baby brother, but he has a sister. And at the time, she was in middle school. Okay. I have all those messages where, and who I love, Miracle, is his sister. And she knows she can be a brat sometimes, but we love her. And if she needed anything, hey, I'm hungry. I haven't ate all day. Can you get me food? Can you bring me food? He was always buying food for her, buying clothes for her, shoes for her hair to get done. He helped take care of his grandfather, and it's actually his great-great-grandfather. Sheldon, like a lot of boys, a lot of young men, he would be playing games on PS4, Xbox, Call of Duty, Madden, and they would play with people like online. And he did that with just a couple, like one of his brothers, because like I said, he's like one of 5. And that was the one that was the police officer. 2 weeks before the murders, Sheldon was over at he was in Irwin, Pennsylvania, at the Irwinboro, Pennsylvania station, and he had no business to be there. Why was he there? Well, guess what? Guess what Sheldon was in the works of doing and keeping it all under wraps and not letting anybody know. He was going into the police academy. In July of 2019, he did a background check on himself because of all the shit that happened with the Rachel Delando case. He did his own FOIA request on himself. He wanted to make sure that there was nothing on his background. Like, he's never been charged. He had no felonies. He's never been charged with anything in his entire life. Okay. He was not the person that killed Rachel, but he got tied up in all the bullshit because, yes, him and Rachel, they hung out. At the end of the day, when he first ran the background check, July 3rd of 2019, he got this request back from Pennsylvania, PSP, and it said it was, what's the word they use? Pending. I had never seen something like this. It didn't make any sense, to the point that it's like, what? Like, do you have a record or don't you have a record? What do you mean pending? Hold on, let me get my, I want to see the picture. Okay. Oh, here. I think you guys can see. Oh, maybe you can't. Let me change my background. Anyways, the Pennsylvania Access to Criminal History, it said, again, he did this on 7/3/2000, and he did it at 2:33 in the afternoon, and it said request under review. It's like, wait, what? The request is under review, and it said a background check has returned a result of request under review. The review process will be completed in approximately 2 to 3 weeks. Please note all the details of your background check, including control numbers for background checks that came back with a status of request under review. The status of these background checks will be updated to either no record or record. Well, finally, it came back as no record. Okay. You need to have no record to be able to go into the police academy, right? So 2 weeks before the murder of Tyreek Pugh, I can place him based off of his locations literally at this police department. And it's not the police department where his brother works. Okay. It's about 26 minutes away from his house at the time. And so I'm curious if somebody spread some fire around saying, hey, Sheldon's going to become a police officer. So if whatever you guys are planning on doing, you might want to do this before he's getting into the academy here in June. And he had it on his calendar. He was keeping it all under wraps. The only person that knew about it was the one brother of his that is the police officer. Okay. He didn't want to be bothered. Sheldon did away with social media after what happened with the Rachel Delando case. He wasn't on his Facebook. He wasn't on their Instagram, you name it, whatever. Okay. He did not use. How do I know this? Because his Cellbrite. His Cellbrite tells you when he reopened an account. Okay. And literally right before the murders of Tyreek Pugh did this happen. It's unbelievable. Sheldon had an Amazon account, and he would purchase all the stuff that he'd purchase for his sister through Amazon, and it's all tracked. That way, you can see she's writing a text message that she needs something. And what is he doing? He gets on the computer or using his phone and he is typing up whatever and he's buying it for her. She needs food. What is he doing? Here's my card number. Put it in, get a pizza or get some Chinese or, okay, I'll drive out and I'll grab you something. Okay. It's all in his cell right. Nobody testified on his behalf in any capacity. Nobody ever looked at Sheldon's. He had WhatsApp for work. He was in telecommunications. He did a lot of stuff with Sam's Club through IBEX. Once COVID hit, he then started up his own YouTube channel for the church. He started up, he bought televisions for the church. He bought security system for the church. He bought a camera from Best Buy to be able to, because he is recording all. That nobody went ahead and showed that. So you're telling me a kid is going to go and commit a murder? Meanwhile, what he did all that day leading up to and the 3 days before, and I'm talking, I did a 3-month timeline of everything that he was doing. And he's telling his sister things like, Miracle, Beaver has a curfew right now. I can't go out and do that. What kid's writing that? He has Bible study on Tuesdays and Thursday nights. He has church on Sundays. Constantly, the mayor wrote Sheldon a message saying how proud he was and blah, 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 the man that he's becoming and yada, yada, yada. I mean, all that stuff with Rachel Del Tondo, ruined he was 20 years old when Rachel was murdered. And the cops came hard for him. Served a search warrant. Took all of his stuff. There's nothing there. Yet Rachel complained to the police about the police. That the police were following her. They took Sheldon's Facebook, all of the stuff. They never found the gun in the Rachel Del Tondo case. The shell casings weren't there at the crime scene. She was shot 9 times in the back. And that was something that was hidden from the district attorney, never put that out because he said that this was a crime of passion. This wasn't a crime of passion. This was a fucking hit. Rachel Del Tondo was a hit. Rachel Del Tondo's phone, if anybody ever went through the Cellbrite on that phone, would realize that case is not able to be prosecuted because of Rachel's phone and because of what was in there and because of all the different people that she was talking to and all the different people that were trying to get with her. Okay. And the shit that was going on behind the scenes with her ex-fiance, Frank Atropa, the Wolf of Aliquippa, and the police department. Rachel Del Tondo, right before she was murdered, became a source for the Beaver County-an. What? What? Yeah. Right before she was murdered, the police department was raided. The city hall was raided. On Friday nights, so April 10th, 2020, Sheldon's babysitting his baby brother on a Friday night. They said they took a computer or a laptop or whatever. Never got into it. They got Pew's. They never got into Pew's, the victim's phone. If his mom needed whatever. Sheldon also wouldn't give his sister anything until, hey, what are your grades like? Send me your report card. Let me see that you got those A's. Sheldon was going to his dentist appointments, at the Eunice dentist office. Why I think that's important is it's always in his calendar. He has a 6-month appointment. He goes to it. You know what I mean? It just little things like that. This isn't some hood gangbanging. This was an athlete who wanted more, who was right with Jesus, and he didn't want any part of like stupid shit. In fact, he's texting his mom stuff like, why are you hanging out with so-and-so? They didn't even graduate high school. They didn't even get their GED. Yeah, DeMarcus Walker and the Walkers, that's who, they're twins. One of them was the mayor. They're actually family to Sheldon. And on April 15th, literally a month before the murder, proud of the man that you've become. Messaging this to Sheldon. Proud of the man that you become. And then there's this murder in a month, and you guys think that Sheldon did it? What the fuck's wrong with you? And nobody's like, wait, something has to be off here. What the heck's going on here? Sheldon was saving up his money, and he had a decent chunk of money in the bank saved up. And he wanted to get a car. He was going to be paying for police academy. Not to mention he's paying his bills. He's helping pay people in his family's stuff. There's text message on 4/15. I'm about to go back to school. He was looking at the different cars that he wanted. He was even writing things like, he wanted to know about the gas mileage. He wanted to know how long certain cars would last, how many miles. I mean, nobody could look at this young man's cell right and be like, you're like, wow. And all these lawyers had to do was look at it and say, okay, yeah, we need to figure out what the heck happened here because something's wrong. Something's wrong. Instead, these attorneys wanted his family to go talk to him and try to talk him into taking a plea deal for second-degree murder. And then they wanted him to tie in the Rachel Delando case. That's what the prosecution wanted. And Sheldon's like, I didn't kill anybody. Sheldon had his birthday on 4/16. His family got him a cake. They got wings. They got, and they all got together like normal people do. Carlisha, under her alias in her Facebook account, Aquarius Wallace, happy belated birthday. And how I was able to tie that to being her account is based on Sheldon's response saying congrats on the baby, and then him asking what the name of the baby was, and her response was Nyla. Sheldon would work hours because of what he did with the telecommunication stuff. You're on like, it's not like it's like a 9 to 5. It's sometimes like a 10 to 7, noon to 8, but if they would have taken, Sheldon had Gmail attached to his phone. Everybody knows that if you do that, you can literally get second to minute updates on your actual location. So like, I mean, someone just had to go through this. And so I sat and I asked Santa Cola, which was one of his attorneys, I said, you really think that Sheldon did this? You don't think that Sheldon was framed? I said, I don't care what the fuck that bullet guy says. The same thing in the Richard Allen case. Go out there and find somebody that's going to tell you that that's not from that gun. I said, and also you need to ask Sheldon, well, where was he ever that he ever shot that gun? And who had access to the shell casings? There's a bunch of ways to look at this. I said, Sheldon just had purchased the gun on March 28th, 2020, like literally March 28th, 2020, legally purchased it, went and filled it all out. Okay. Why would Sheldon go and buy that? Why? Because he's going into the academy. Okay. He's talking to his brother about it. In fact, his brother showed him his, when he qualified and the gun that he had to use and wrote him all this. And then literally while he's on the phone with his brother, you can see in the same time, he's on Google searching the term that his brother told him with like the Sig Sauer P320, blah, blah. And it's happening while he's on the phone at the same time. And that's on the night of his birthday, actually, April 16th at 11:46 p.m. And it lasts for 33-minute conversation. And so then it goes into being the next day, which would be like, 4:17. In an interview that his brother will do with the police, his brother tells the police Sheldon was planning on going to the academy. Sheldon's jumping and getting on different Wi-Fis. You'd be able to see where these Wi-Fis were. I know that the Bible Wi-Fi is what he set up at the church that he did. Yeah, that's the one that Sig P20 320 discharges by itself. Well, here, I'll tell you exactly what it was. Yeah, it's something like that. It's what they use over there in Pennsylvania, the cops. So then what I started doing is I started tracking what a typical day would be like for Sheldon with his steps beginning in February per day and what his schedule looked like and his pattern, his history, and nothing changed except for the fact that after COVID happened and when they started working from home, he was taking more steps per day than he was before. Guess what he was also doing? He was also watching his little brother while he was working from home, taking phone calls. And he has his older great grandfather there that he calls Pap. And so he would then have to like walk away if he's taking one of the calls because he didn't want to have Jewel be crying in the background. Okay. But somebody that's doing this and juggling these things and taking on responsibilities that are not his responsibilities. Okay. But because he wants to do it, that's his little baby brother. These aren't people that just go and decide they're driving. Okay. They're driving in a car and you want to tell a jury for no reason whatsoever, Sheldon just tells Pugh to get out of the car. He gets out of the car and then he puts 7 bullets in a kid that he grew up with and was raised by their family. And does it in the middle of the street. And then just drives away, mind you, so close. There was no DNA found on any of the clothing, no DNA found on the gun that they try to say is the murder weapon. They didn't take the mattress and test it when they said that this is where the gun was, underneath the mattress and in between the box spring. They didn't take any of that to test it. They didn't do any DNA testing in terms of like any swabs of Tyreek's clothes, the blood, nothing. Um, do they have a motive? They say why he would do this. No, there was no motive. His hands tested negative for GSR. The only thing that tested positive was the vehicle after it was driven by a police officer where they pulled it away from the friggin' house. Sheldon said you don't need a search warrant for anything. He gave him his phone. He gave him the car, the SUV. And this is somebody that just had went through what they went through with the Rachel Del Tondo case. He had a lawyer. Santa Cola was his lawyer from that ordeal of being a person of interest, and Santa Cola thinking he's some bigwig. Santa Cola sucks. Santa Cola has no business being Sheldon's attorney back then because it was a conflict of interest, because Santa Cola represented other family members to include Sheldon's mom, which is a conflict of interest. There is nothing tying Sheldon Jeter Jr. to this murder, okay, except lies on to develop probable cause that you never had to do anything, because you never went into Two Cousins to watch a video to say, hey, we saw that Traverse. Well, that's awesome that you saw that Traverse. What's your point? You didn't see that Traverse speeding away. You didn't see the Traverse doing anything illegal. There was also 15 to 20 other vehicles in that area, not to mention all the cars that are on the streets, not to mention all the people that live in the houses that can walk, okay? You had Dick. And then the best part is when you found this gun underneath the mattress. So you want to sit here and tell me that you think Sheldon shoots one of his family's, like, raised this kid, Tyreek Pugh, and then goes home. Well, first of all, he leaves all the shell casings just spread all over. Okay. And he loaded his gun with 2 different bullets, like half Winchester, half, what was that? Blazer. Federal and Winchester. Yeah. Federal and Winchester, 4 and 3. And so let me get this straight. He doesn't speed away. When he gets home, you see him getting on and then walking into the house at 11:39. And he says to himself, I'm going to put this gun underneath the mattress. Okay. I'm going to leave bullets supposedly spread all over my room, like in little case, like the cartridges in like a box. And I'm just going to put them in really weird places. And then after the cops come to my house at 3:39 in the morning and talk to me, and I go outside and I talk to them, and then they take my phone because I give it to them without a warrant because I say sure. Then cops leave. I don't go and gather up my gun and all these bullets and put them in a bag, and I don't get rid of it. I just leave it all there. No, because the police then come back at 4:30 in the afternoon. So Sheldon doesn't have a car. Sheldon doesn't have a phone. They celebrate, they dump it. Then they come back and they show up at Sheldon's place and they say, hey, you can come get your car and you can come get your phone. He's like, I don't have a ride. Oh, we can give you a ride to the station, to the barracks. Okay, well, I'm going to bring my grandfather with me. Okay, you can bring your grandfather with you. So they all ride, and they let Sheldon ride in the front seat. And then the grandfather and one of the officers ride in the back. And as they pull away to go do this, guess what they're doing? They say that they serve a search warrant at 5 o'clock. Okay. So they claim that they leave at 4:30. I'm still digging into information because I believe they leave at 3:30. The reason it's important is because how much time are we talking about to somebody that could have gotten in that house to put whatever wherever? All right. And you can't find Sheldon buying any bullets anywhere. Okay. He has Cash App. He has all these apps. He has his 2 different, he has a bunch of, his banking. It's all set up with his phone. You can go and get all the receipts you want in the world. Go find me where Sheldon ever bought bullets. He bought a gun, but he didn't buy any bullets. So how did he get these bullets? Right? Did he get his bullets from his brother? I have no idea. But I can tell you that he didn't purchase any that you can find. And remember, he bought this gun on 3/28. So you think that a kid who killed Rachel Delando knew that he got away with it by picking up the shell casings, by disposing a gun, is going to then go buy a gun, okay, and use it within 6 weeks and then leave the casing and just sleep with the murder weapon? Have you all lost your fucking minds? You think that that's what he did? Because he didn't. They never had a trial. They never could explain all the bullets in Tyreek Pugh and how they just were completely. I mean, he has 6 shots to the head. He's got in the ear, right here, one right here, one right between the eyes right here. Then one's like up on top of the head almost here, and then over here. And then they got him into the side, and that's grazed his like wrist. Okay. And I'm just like, and he's just laying on his back, supine in the middle of the road. And I'm like, where did these blood droppings over here come from? How, like, and then there's blood droppings or gravity droplets that are across his jeans. And I'm like, how did that get there? I'm like, this crime scene is no way. This is a secondary crime. This is somebody that's being placed here. Okay. This was not some gang war shit, nothing like that. Okay. I believe that this was a double cross. Okay. I believe that whoever did this knew that Tyreek Pugh had the address 127 Orchard Street on his identification. Okay. We have a police officer that's on scene within a minute who was not dispatched there, who was not working that night. We have his buddy old pal getting there the same time. We have a Chevy Cobalt that is unanswered for and it's not in any of the records. Where is this Chevy Cobalt that came up the hill at 11:32? I traced back the Chevy Cobalt to being this cop that wasn't working that night, who miraculously arrives at the crime scene 1 minute after it's called in without being dispatched. His family, and I'm talking immediate family, has a Chevy Cobalt in the family. I can't prove that it's his, though. But everybody's just so hell-bent on the fact to think that you have to pay attention to what cars are coming down Keel Street that way, where Sheldon's car, let's say the Traverse, came down. There's 3 different ways to get out of there, though. And one of the ways is to not leave and to be in one of the houses that's still up on the hill that you're like, you didn't leave, right? And the other way is going down by Dollar General that way. And then the other way you can be on is Highland. And then also to get on 51, to go down the hill, get on 51, but just don't cross over to the bridge. You just keep on 51. Because anybody that knows anything, it gets around town very quickly that they have license plates readers on that bridge. You don't want to get on that bridge. None of this was investigated. There was no organic investigation. Sheldon was arrested and charged with first-degree murder on the 16th at 5 p.m., just a little bit thereafter. Off of what? They arresting him off of what? Great, you found a gun under his bed. You didn't have that tested. You don't know if that matches. You don't know anything yet. So, and we have a traverse that we see on the camera. Okay. That you don't even know if it's his. And let me ask you something. Why would Sheldon, why would Sheldon tell you that he went up to Plan 6 and went up to the hill and took Tyreek up there and literally would know that he's the last person? Well, like you're putting him with you, right? But he's saying like, yeah, no, but I left the hill. You guys clearly see me come home, and it's only me that gets out of the car. I have a camera on me at 11:39. They put that camera out there because of all the stuff that the cops were doing. You want to hear something funny? When I was going through Sheldon's cell right, you guys remember during COVID, this is when Carol Baskins and the Tiger King or whatever came out, and Sheldon Googles. He Googles Carol Baskins. He's like, what the fuck? He literally Googles Carol Baskins on 4/28/2020. Just like probably the rest of us did, like, who the hell is Carol Baskins? Yeah, that made me chuckle. You know, on 4/29 here, Sheldon's using his Wi-Fi maps. Like, you could map that. Like, all of this shit's available. Like, he was using his phone for everything. He was very much into like technology, and this wasn't somebody that was rolling underground with like 17 burners. They're all asking each other about, this was the unemployment time. This is when stuff was shutting down. So how do you file for the unemployment? People had to be letting people go because of that. He wanted, on 4/29, he wanted to help this girl, and he was like, hey, I have to help my grandpa, so I won't be able to help you at the moment, but I can later. I mean, come on, man. Someone that needs to know something for like that job that he was doing. Sheldon Macy mainly only called like his people. He was there. You can't go through his phone and just be like, who are all these randoms, man? No. He had a ton of contacts in his phone, because when it downloads, it's going to even do like your contacts of like for Facebook. But he's figuring out what he's Googling to figure out, will, if I apply for a Best Buy credit card, how will that affect my credit score? Do you think somebody cares that's a gangbanger about how their Capital One credit card with Best Buy and yada, 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 and like, well, how's that going to affect? Because he's trying, he's saving up to get a car. He wants to do like get this loan, and he's messaging with 3 different the car company, the lots. Everybody's always asking him, hey, for rides. He was helping coach. His family had a bunch of families over there. They have basically senior, like home health care. And so a lot of people will work for the different families that have the home health care. And so they're taking care of people during the day, or going to a couple different houses during the day, or even then at night, you're staying overnight. And that's something that Tyreek Pugh did. He worked that third shift, which was from he'd arrive like usually around like 11:30 at night, and he would stay. And it was actually a family member of his, Marvin, that he would be with Monday through Fridays from 11:30 until 8 o'clock in the morning. And when people wouldn't show up for work, hey, can you do me a favor? Who do you think that favor is calling upon? Sheldon. And I was wondering, I was like, why does he want to get a car so bad? Because I thought he had this Traverse, right? And he's driving this Traverse. Well, the Traverse was given to him from his uncle, right? And you know when someone gives you something and then you feel like you owe them, whether it's you're giving them money or, hey, you give me this car, but now you got me driving all over to pick people up and drop people off or do stuff, right? I think people took advantage of that. On 5/2/2020, so just a couple weeks before the murders, Sheldon Googles, because his brother sent him, hey, did you check out that? Because Sheldon was all about watching the news when he would be talking to girls, and there was just like a couple, and they saw him through like church, like, oh, I saw you, da da da. He's like, oh yeah, I was there. We were raising money for whatever, blah blah blah. Like, and then, anyways, he was asking this one girl. It was so funny. This girl was a total fucking bitch, and if I ever fucking saw her, I would tell her she's a fucking bitch. And she fucking knows who she is, probably, if she's ever going to see this. But Sheldon was always happy. He's always happy-go-lucky. He likes to joke around, okay? And this whiny bitch was just always like, wah, wah. She wanted to be a nurse, and she's taking care of fucking people, and just a total complainer, you know? And Sheldon's like, oh, so what do you like to do for like dates? Where do you like to go? Blah, 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 you know? And they're in lockdown because it's COVID. And he's like, oh, so you're cooking. What are you cooking me? Or what do you? And she's like, what? You can't cook? You don't got two legs? Okay. Like, right. Okay. Just ridiculous stuff. Anyways, on 5/2/2020, he says something about, you know, what does she like to watch or whatever. And he's like, oh, I love Chicago PD, the SWAT, and whatever. And he's like, and I watch the news. Like, I follow everything that's going on in the world. What kid says that? You know? And he's not lying. It's all there. Just look at his shit. He likes his sports. You know, he's in fantasy football. At the casino there, they had like, he would bet like, you know, parlay with like basketball or football, like $20, $15, pick like 4 or 5 teams. He's in fantasy football. This is like normal. Like, this is just, dude, joking around with his family, with his brothers. Half of them are Steelers fans. Half of them are Dallas Cowboy fans. And you just can't find anything in this Cellbrite that is the life of anything. He's a Christian. He's a good kid. You can't, there's nothing in anything. I've looked. I wouldn't stake my reputation on it. And I've when I say I'm doing a live and I'm late, dude, I'm not fucking out there partying. I'm literally entrenched in, I'll get down a rabbit hole because I'm trying to find something. I'm trying to see what they found. They didn't find shit, or how this could possibly go left. And it just doesn't. It literally doesn't. On 5/2, he sees that there's a new acting police chief in Aliquippa because of all the bad stuff that's been going on in Aliquippa. He sees that Joe Percival is now suing the city for all the crap that they put him through. Okay. And Sheldon says, it takes a village to like raise. He's like, I wasn't raised. My dad didn't raise me. My dad was never around. In fact, my dad didn't want anything to do with me until I started playing sports. And I was like the starting basketball player, starting quarterback for the high school team. And then my dad wants to come around. He told that to the police. And the police took that as like him not caring that Pugh had a son and Pugh's son was going to be raised without Pugh. And I think Sheldon made a comment that Pugh wasn't around, even when he was around. And I'm sorry, but that may be a harsh comment, but that's if it's the truth, it's the truth. But that has nothing to do with that, oh my God, he killed him then. Saying things like, why is your family all tore up, but you're not tore up when I show you a picture of Pugh? He's like, what? He's like, I didn't really have that. I didn't really have a relationship with him, is what he says. I saw him 2 times this past year. We grew up together, yeah, but I haven't seen him like that was like when they were like way younger. Pugh didn't live with him like everybody thought. Pugh lived with Brandon Sharp, and God rest his soul because he's no longer here either. Anytime anybody's asking him hey, what are you doing? Working. Hey, what are you doing? Doing an errand for my family. Dalsha, his mom was all excited. She got a job towards the beginning of May of 2020. And the first thing he says is, who's going to watch Jewel? And he says, I'll do whatever I can do. I'm in. Like, I'm in to help. Like, because if you're going to be off going to, get a job and working, well, who's going to have Jewel? And he just immediately was like, I'll do it. I'll do it. And I'm over here thinking, like, how was he going to do that? Let's see what else. Again, there's so much information in there with like the maps, and they just didn't go and get it. They didn't go and get anything. So I was looking at different Do you know that they didn't call the police, never called any of Sheldon's bosses for work? They asked Sheldon what he did that day. He's like, I worked, I don't know if it was like 10 to 5, 9 to 5, 7 to 5, something like that. Where do you work at? Gave him the place. They did not call his work and ask them any questions. I thought that was interesting. If you're trying to find this kid in lies, right? You'd want to call his work. What if he doesn't even work there? Why would you never call this place and ask them if he in fact worked that day? Everything that they should have done at different points, I noticed, they didn't do it. And it was like, how did they know not to do it? Because They're not going to, or did they do it and they just simply did not turn over that discovery? Because again, the defense team didn't ask for anything. It was like, here, this is what we got. Let's see here. I've never seen something like this in my life. Okay, this is the Pennsylvania State Police Bureau of Criminal Investigation Computer Crime Unit. And this is for the computer forensic report for, this is January 1st. I don't even know like what's going on. If that's supposed to be like, wow, what is that? Okay, now check this out. This is the results of the analysis for reason for investigation. One cell phone was received from Trooper McGeary relating to a homicide investigation reference incident number, blah, blah. The synopsis of the investigation on May 28th, 2020, the following items was logged into evidence. And I was like, why was this not logged into evidence earlier? And this was a LG LMX 220MB Aristo 3 Plus with an IMEI number of this, housing one SIM card. Identity was this number and the phone number of this. Okay. And I'm like, okay. And I was like, oh, it was received from Trooper McGeary on the 28th. And then it says details. This handset is locked. Okay. With an unknown pattern, and the data stored on this device was unable to be extracted using any forensic hardware or software tool currently available. Okay. And I'm like, wait a second. They said that they did an extraction. It says the chip off forensics process was performed on this device in order to extract the requested data. I disassembled this item and identified the internal memory chip. The internal memory of this item is, and then it lists it. This chip was successfully milled off from the printed circuit board using the Bantam desktop milling machine. The chip was connected to a Z3X Easy JTAG box using a VBGA221 socket adapter. I obtained a physical acquisition of the chip's memory using the Z3X Easy JTAG Classic Suite software version 3.6.1.15 using Axiom's version 4.1, blah, blah, blah. The dump was opened. The user partition on this chip is encrypted and is unable to be decrypted by any of the forensic software in the lab. The SIM card was examined using Cellbrite, Universal Forensic Extraction Device, UFED, for PC version 7.34.0.38, and the phone number was obtained. The internal flash memory chip that was removed from this item has been packaged and sealed with the original evidence. Period. What? So what does this mean? Look at this. Period. Just period. Period. And then second page. Nothing. The results contained in this report relate only to the items examined. And then I'm like, well, so end result here is when they were at trial, they never got into Tyreek Pugh's phone. How about his Facebook Messenger? How about whoever he was messaging with and texting with and talking with? You understand in this case, they only went with Sheldon's phone, didn't even do anything with it, and went with CDRs, supposedly, but I've never seen them. I've never seen them. And they said that they could not get any geofencing, no data dumps in the area. Because I was like, dude, who was around that area at that time? That shouldn't be there. Or that's normally not there. Oh, we didn't do that because we didn't ask for that. We didn't preserve. We didn't ask. We didn't do any tower dumps. And then we put in, I've never heard of this in my life. We put in a request from Google, and Google came back and said, there's no, whatever coordinates you gave us. Sorry. Look at that. Joe's just joining us. Hello. Again, never saw the search warrant. The defense team never saw the search warrant because they never asked for it. They never asked for anything. Hello, regarding your attached legal request, after a diligent search and reasonable inquiry, we have found no responsive records pertaining to the geographical coordinates that you provided. Basically, like, what the hell? For the specified date range as outlined in your request. Therefore, we do not have documents responsive to your request. I've never seen anything like this in my life. PSP doesn't know how to write down the right coordinates? What are you talking about? It's right here. Go to Google. This is absolutely... And then, hey, great, PSP didn't do their shit. What does Sheldon's defense team do? Nothing to see here. I'm not going to do any work. I'm not going to call anybody to the stand. Why didn't you call his boss and say how he shows up every freaking day and he's been working and no, you don't call anybody on this man's behalf? The burden of proof is on them. Wait till you guys see this crime scene. There's certain things that I don't want to show until I have it completely redacted the way that I want. And the ones that I can show, though, like his room, I'm going to show you guys all that. They just think that Sheldon put boxes of bullets in all these random places. It's rather hysterical to me. And then he just slept with the murder weapon. And then even after the cops left, he decides to keep the murder weapon and all these bullets and just not do anything with them, leaving everything just sprayed around his room and leaving this gun underneath his mattress. You guys, two things. Come on. If you think he's the killer of Rachel Delando, okay, how could one be so sloppy then to think to use a gun that's registered, to keep the gun, keep the bullets, and not pick up the shell casings and just, wee, and leave the body in the middle of the road from where his vehicle will literally just be riding along just minutes after. If this doesn't sound like a frame job, I don't know what does. And the question is, well, why frame Sheldon? Why frame Sheldon? Because they were trying to pin the Rachel murder on Sheldon to clear that up and out, okay, because of truly what is all entangled with that. Let me ask you something. Who buys stuff from Best Buy and Lowe's and spends a shit ton of money? Okay, shit ton of money. The day of the murder, the day before the murder, you're waiting to get these packages. You just got one of them in. You got the camera. You just got the TVs in. You ordered more stuff. Okay, you ordered a Vivint security system, which nobody to this day has talked about. I finally found that, and I'm like, how? Why is Sheldon logging into Vivint? That's like Ring. I said Sheldon didn't have a Ring though. I said, why would he be logging in and looking at surveillance cameras? Whose are these? Where are these? And then I immediately said, I think it's for the church. It's got to be for the church. Because I could see Sheldon saying, listen, if we're going to get all this stuff in here, we got to protect it. We have to get a camera, get security cameras. Does this sound like somebody that's planning on killing somebody for no fucking reason? There is no reason to kill Pugh. Why would Sheldon kill Pugh? You can go look through his phone. He doesn't. You type the word Tyreek Pugh, the only thing that comes up is that they are Facebook friends and have been, because it'll tell you like when it all happened from so long ago. There is nothing between these two gentlemen of them ever conversing ever in the phones, in Sheldon's phone. There is not even a name that's not Tyreek Pugh, but it's his phone or something like that. That's not in there. Because trust me, I didn't just say, oh, whatever the name was, that's the name of the person. I actually go and I look, okay, what's the number? I don't care what name you ever will have in your phone as that person. That's not how I operate. But also when people like to use nicknames for people's names, like a term like bump, B-U-M-P, bump. Who the fuck is that? Right? Well, Bump likes to use a burner number. That's what I found out. I mean, when your phones get downloaded and they do a full file, Sheldon's wasn't even a full file. If they did a full file, I know, right? I was thinking about Donna Adelson too. So everything that basically Turtle Boy did for Karen Reed back this past year before, I did all of that shit for Sheldon in 2021 and 2022. The difference is Karen Reed's a blonde white girl with money, and Sheldon's a 20 at the time, 21, 22-year-old black kid. But just like Karen Reed, her vehicle is seen leaving, where John was dropped off at. It's the same scenario. She dropped off John. Sheldon went up there, and then Tyreek Pugh stayed up there. And then drove away. Obviously he's driving right back home. What did she do? Karen Reed drove back home. Thank God she connected to the Wi-Fi. That's what the other thing is that, dude, in order to kill Tyreek Pugh, and nobody see this, nobody catch him in the act in the middle of the road when all these cars are coming past there. Dude, what are you talking about? Is everybody blind? Or did it not happen like that? And the answer is that it didn't happen like that. After Sheldon pulls away and goes off, okay, Tyreek Pugh's body was placed there. And it was placed there between the actual time that 911 call is still up for debate if there was even a body there yet. Because the cameras and the eyewitnesses are saying they didn't get down to the body until 12, midnight, a little bit after midnight. And none of those people were called to the stand. And the defense didn't call them to the stand. And they got ran out of Aliquippa. Yeah. So we go to the day of the murder, and I'm going to close out with this, is that because Sheldon signed up for a YouTube account, okay, you have to have a Gmail account. And so that's another reason I knew that the police could not have anything to do with Google. Sheldon's Gmail account, I think, in a nutshell, is exculpatory. So here's the day of the murder. Okay. His Best Buy package arrived on 5/14 by 8 p.m. So we got like the notification. He got onto Vivint.com at 1:34 p.m. And then he called Milano's. They called him and they were like, hey, we're out front. And Sheldon said, okay, I'm coming. They know what that means. He's texting with his brother. Best Buy delivers an item at 3:40 in the afternoon on 5/14. So, okay, this is the day before the murder. What did they just do? Did they just kick me off? These bastards. These assholes. Again, yeah, he's on Vivint though. Let's see. On the night before the murder, he's ordering TBJs at 6:42. He's talking to back and forth between 7 p.m. and all the way until the end of the night. His uncle, his sister, his mom, and his brother. In the middle of the night, at 5:15 on 2020, at 4:16 a.m. and 23 seconds, Sheldon's phone miraculously, some way, somehow, attaches to Piper's AirPods. And nobody would know how important that is, but I do. Because that will correlate at 4:16 and 23 seconds. That timestamp is the same exact timestamp of a screenshot that will be taken of Sheldon's phone of something that was written at 12:40, 41, and 41 seconds in the morning. His phone would make it seem like that Sheldon was up the whole night, the night before the murders. Nobody even looks at this. And he visits a Skype, like skypeforlife.com. Now, 5:15, the day of the murders. He's working, and at 1:51 in the afternoon, his sister texts him and asks him, hey, can you come and get me in Plan 6? I'm at so-and-so's house. At 1:55 in the afternoon, he's texting with his friend Then 2:39, his sister, hey, what time do you get off? Don't forget about me. He responds back. At 4:22, he spends $4.22 through his debit card. At 4:46 p.m., he's on his Gmail, and it gives a Wi-Fi lat and long location. Nobody ever looked into it. At 4:48 p.m., Miracle again says, don't forget me. He responds at 4:52, okay. At 4:55 and at 4:56, he calls his uncle. At 4:57, he makes a call to another kid. At 4:59, he does a FaceTime call. At 4:59, he's having a conversation with his brother. At 4:59 and 59 seconds, he's on his Gmail checking something, so therefore the location kicks on. Again, they never looked at this. Okay. Sheldon then texts his sister and says, be getting ready. Like, I'm letting you know. At 5:06, talks to his uncle. At 5:08, talks to his great-grandfather, who he calls Pap, who he lives with. 5:16, on the phone with his brother. 5:21, on the phone with his uncle. 5:22, FaceTimes with his sister. 5:39, he used his debit card at Stevie's Dairy Mart. The police waited 16 days to go to Stevie's to ask them for surveillance. Then the police lie in their police report and say that there is no surveillance. There was surveillance. I spoke with Stevie's peeps, and 100% they saw Sheldon that day at 5:59. But I asked a very important other question, and I said, was he there with somebody else, and was it a younger girl? Then 5:39, Sheldon starts to take 171 steps. 5:42, to 5:51. That will be like the length of all of those steps. It ends at 5:51. During that time frame, at 5:46, he goes up a flight of stairs, and that's because when he had finally gotten out of the car, at the same time he begins to take steps, he's getting out of the car to go into Stevie's Dairy Mart, where he spent the $5.69. He got 2 drinks. That counted his steps, okay? And then he drives home. He gets out of the vehicle. He's still taking those steps, goes upstairs, okay? That's where the one set of floor comes in. Then at 5:54, a new set of steps kick in. And why all of this is important is if somebody was to break this down, they'll show you that, here it is, that he's doing everything that he said he did that day. You know, at 5:42 to 5:51, that's the 267 is a flight to start. Okay, 5:54, 62 steps. It starts at 5:54. Then he makes a call at 6:01. 6:05, he starts the steps of 209, and they will end at 6:15, those steps. At 6:17, he takes 130 steps, and it'll end at 6:24. 6:25, call. That's his uncle. At 7:12 to 7:22, 50 steps. Then what I want to show you guys here is why this is important, is that at 7:22, a new line starts of counting steps. And so just like how when he'd be up on top of the hill that night to say that if you stop and you sit down for a second and it goes past that 10 minutes, then you stand up to go then to walk to your car. After that, like a minute would pass. That's how you would show that it isn't because he was driving and got out of his car to shoot somebody as to when the steps started like that. That's not accurate. That's not how that works. And I was trying to tell this to one of his attorneys, who I think is a complete fucking idiot. And I said, well, how about we not talk about it and you just get an expert? I'm saying I learned all of this from experts. That's how I know what I'm saying is accurate. These motherfuckers have testified to this shit on the stand in court cases. So they can't go back on their testimony. So go and snatch up these people and get them to testify in Sheldon's behalf. And you will then see that Sheldon did not get out of any car and shoot anybody. That's not how this works. That's not how the steps work. And you would track it all the way down. And you would show what he did that day and where he was going. And you have the camera footage from the house across the street to help show when he's coming and leaving. And wherever he was going, they also had camera footage. Like when he went to Brewster's and shit like that. So here, like this was a big one for me when he, from 7:12 until 7:22, he had taken 50 steps. Okay. Then literally the same, right after they closed this one out, it's starting again in that same 7:22 and some change. And it's saying that he's taking, I can't remember writing there. What is it? Oh, he takes 738 steps. And this is when he was transporting at the church these two televisions. Okay. But it's important because when he gets in his car to drive up, you'd want to show that during the 7:12 to 7:22, he's definitely sitting during different parts of that when this 50 steps are happening in that 10 minutes. They could have all happened at like the 7:17 mark, or 2 or 3 could have been taken. All anybody could just testify to is that all of those steps could have happened at any point inside that period. I'm telling you that there is an expert out there that will be able to testify and say that there is not enough time for them to say what happened if you use Sheldon's data. It's not feasible. It doesn't add up. Okay. At 7:50, or I'm sorry, at 7:43 and 15 seconds. So when it ended here at 7:41, that means he was not moving between 7:41 and 7:43 and 15 seconds. Okay. Then he began to move, which starts your 102 steps, and it goes from 7:43 and 15 seconds to 7:45 and 40. That's a lot of steps in just a minute and a half, don't you think? Yeah, he's booking it. 7:59 flat to where does it go to? Oh, 8:06. Here we go. So during this time frame, 131 steps were taken, but a flight of stairs. So he gets back to his house at 7:59, starts the steps. He goes up a flight of stairs. He's also looks at his Best Buy. He types in Best Buy in his Google. Okay. Which, because he was using something with Gmail, it registered a lat and long. So you can do all of this shit. And then they end his steps here. And then he's not moving, not doing anything as far as walking. He has a phone call with his mom. Steps begin. 8:22. So look at this. He was chilling out. He just probably ran all over. From 8:06 to 8:22, he's not physically moving at all. Basically, when he starts to stand up to take a phone call with his mom, he begins to start taking steps. And those would be between 8:22 and 42 seconds to 8:28 and 55 seconds. During that time frame, he registers 2 flights of stairs, as well as the 130 or the 121 steps. In that, add 2 flights of stairs to that as well. He called his mom. See, there's 2 phone calls there. One's at 8:22 and 42 seconds, and then there's another one at 8:29 and 32 seconds. And then he talked to his uncle. Then he starts taking 246 steps, starts at 8:34. Then I can prove that he got onto this Wi-Fi account, which is either the Wi-Fi up at where his mom lives, which is what I believe. Because I think that they named it after Jewel, his brother, when his brother was born, which makes sense, right? He goes up a flight of stairs at 8:39. They end the 100 or the 246 steps ends at 8:44. So 8:34, 8:44. If you use the camera from across the street, I think that you will see that he left. Again, that's what I believe. And it makes perfect sense then, because at 8:48 and 30 seconds, his sister calls him. Okay. At 8:48 and 37 seconds, he takes 19 steps. And now this is where we're getting into. He went and picked up his uncle before they went to Brewster's at 9 p.m. Okay. So he starts 19 steps, starts at 8:48 and 37 seconds. He calls his uncle, which this is what I do every time I remember going to pick somebody up. I call them. Hey, I'm here. Okay, I'll be right out. 3 seconds. Boom. Okay, 8:51. Called him again. Maybe he went straight to voicemail. He's like, what you clicking me for? He calls him right back. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, at 8:52 and 18 seconds here, those 19 steps end. So could it be that Sheldon got out of the car, took a couple steps, made the phone call because he didn't see Bear maybe was supposed to be on the porch. He didn't see that he was on the porch. Calls him. That's kind of what it looks like to me. Anyways, I wrote this down because it was a locked background thumbnail, and I want to ask an expert about, and it says locked video, and I want to know what that's about, because that's the first time I've ever seen that on his cell right. So I made a note of that. At 8:59 and 46 seconds, he's using Wi-Fi and data usage. And then he clicks on Find My iPhone. I don't know if it was an accident. Okay. But we can do way more advanced stuff now with like Pocket State and shit like that. So I'm interested in seeing more about that. So I put that there. Now, also, when he gets in his phone and he plugs his phone in, he would be using like his iTunes to then run music through his Bluetooth. I think that's what this looks like, is that he had his phone plugged in and he was using iTunes to play his music through the Traverse. Anyways, 9 o'clock and 13 seconds, 35 steps starts. So if he sat down for a second, still at Bears potentially, and now he's regaining to take steps to get back into the vehicle, because then you got the Wi-Fi mobile mail. That's why I know that you can get on and see his locations there. They didn't even bother. The phone did a software update at 9:03 and 21 seconds. Right here, 9:05 and 5 seconds. Right there, Bible Wi-Fi. Now you guys know that all these places, when they said that he had to go pick up Bear, they went to ice cream. This will prove the only way that you can hit this Bible Wi-Fi in what I believe is that New Temple Church, his family's church. And so it hit it. And I believe that what makes sense now when you look at all of this, when he was calling, okay, if he goes to his house and he's not there, oh, maybe I was supposed to pick him up at the church. So then he just jets over there really quick because it's like all right in that right in that area. You know, that's something that I learned in Aliquippa really quick. Like, I was like, oh my God, if I was to ever look at my Life 360 app when I'd be in Aliquippa, you're just like driving. You're, it looks like you're just, you would look at it and be like, what is she doing? What is she doing? Because when I was there, it'd be like, oh, hey, can we go pick up this person and drop them here? Oh, hey, this so-and-so needs a ride. And I'm like, what? I'm not, it's wild. Or like when you go and you do something there, they go and they do something and then they go back home. And then they go right after they get back home, they go and do something. And I'm like, wait, why didn't we do that when we were out? Like, what's going on here? So yeah. Let's see. Where were we? Bible. Okay, yeah. 35 steps ends. Okay. It ends at 9:07 and 41 seconds. So now I take the Brewster's camera into account now and the Brewster's receipt. So they're driving over to Brewster's, and at 9:12 is when Brewster's, we have the receipt, and the card that was used there was swiped through at 9:12. Okay. What we also have is the Brewster's camera. And so Sheldon starts taking steps at 9:11 and 19 seconds to get out of the vehicle there. 194 steps begins. Okay. What also happens here is that he's on camera at Brewster's at 9:11. Okay. So while he's there at 9:11, they pay for they got 3 shakes and an ice cream. There was 4 people. His sister and him talk for 3 minutes and 17 seconds, beginning at 9:18 and 7 seconds. He ends his 194 steps at 9:21 and 12 seconds. Okay. And what you can see here is, again, on the Brewster's camera at 9:21, he's getting into the car. Okay. And now what's interesting with this is, because it's been within a 10-minute frame, see that, 9:11 to 9:21, it'll cut it off after that. Like, let's say that he would have gotten out of the car after just being in the car for a little bit. If it goes past that 10-minute time frame, it's going to automatically start you anew. And that's what you need an expert to testify to. Why it wouldn't just keep running something if you're continuing to walk past that. Because that's how their operating system works. So at 9:21 and 25 seconds, he's syncing. He's doing something with his phone with syncing his history calls. 9:21, 28 seconds, 12 steps start and 12 steps end within 8 seconds. Like 8 seconds, he's the 12 steps. Now you go and you check when he got home though, and on the camera at Orchard, you'll see it right here. He doesn't get home until 9:46 on the Orchard camera. So when he would have gotten out for just like those 12 steps, okay, again, I know that he took his uncle supposedly home after that, and he dropped him off. But then here, 9:32, 69 steps start. His sister texted. She sent, and you guys, God love Sheldon Dead. Dude, Miracle would just always send him stuff like, hey, can you get me this? And she'd send a picture, and he's like, what is this or whatever. And you guys remember when those rings came out when you put your phone and you have like the white light popping behind you? And she's like, it's one of those Ring, iPhone for when I'm making my YouTube videos, because she wanted to make a channel after he made one. And so that's what that's all about. And I'm just laughing because I'm like, Miracle does always, hey, can you get me this? Hey, can you get me that? And he's like, what is that? So again, 9:40, 69 steps end from that. And now look at this, 9:46 and 35 seconds. Steps 113 start. That's the same time frame that the Orchard camera has him arriving home. So here, if you're a really good detective, if you left at a 9:11, right? 9:12, what time was it? If you left Brewster's at 9:21, that's what I said. I was like, so 9:21, you leave Brewster's and you get home at 9:46. So do the math and just, okay, hey, how long does it take you to drop somebody off? And then if you would have come straight home, you're clearly seeing that he's taking these other steps at places, and it looks like there was another stop. And if the cops would have done due diligence, there was another stop, because I couldn't remember if it was Sheldon or Tyreek. Somebody gave one of the grandmas down at the town towers $20 or $50 that night in cash. Okay. Because she didn't have Cash App, because Sheldon would just Cash App family. Lana gets all the goods. Lana does the work. Gets out of the car, starts his 113 steps, okay? That's Sheldon gets out of the car, Tyreek Pugh gets out of the car, and his grandfather who lives at the house, Pap, gets out of the car. That's it. Nobody else gets out of the car and goes in the house because nobody else is with them. He does not go upstairs right away. He goes up the stairs within 50 seconds, though. 9:47, 41 seconds. So his room's on the second level. And so his 113 steps, he could have come back down after he goes up. But they end right here. 113 steps ends relatively quickly. He gets them in within 3 minutes. And he gets that floor in within the 3 minutes, and he's back down on the main level. Okay. It does not register when you come down a flight of stairs. It only registers when you go up. Now at 9:50 and 28 seconds, Sheldon texts his sister back. What's that for? Because she, sent him about that ring. So he's texting back with her. While he's texting with her, okay, he's doing this clearly sitting on the couch because he's not walking. Okay. And they said that when they got back from getting ice cream, they were sitting down and they were watching one of the shows. Okay. And he's doing this and telling the police this. He's not looking at anything that I'm showing you guys right now. He's just speaking. All of it can be proved, though. It's here. So he's still texting with his sister. Okay. Then here at 10 o'clock, he calls his uncle. 4 seconds. Then he calls his uncle. 6 seconds. Then he calls his uncle's wife. Then he calls Carlicia at 1:30 and lasts for a minute and 34 seconds at 10:02. Carlicia tells the cops at 10:07. I have no idea why, but she was looking at something when she said it. And I want to know who that 10:07 call was, because it wasn't Sheldon. Next. He's trying, it looks like very, very obvious here. He's trying to get in touch, or he's talking with, however you want to look at it, his uncle. Okay. Look at 10:04, 19 seconds, 10:05 and 13 seconds. Okay. And just because it says 959, I mean, if your voicemail picks up and you let it play for, a couple seconds and then you hang up. So what you can actually break down is you can see when the call actually started dialing. And so I'm able to do that. And so I will be adding to this section to show when he actually started dialing and when it started ringing and how long it was in progress. But once, like what this tells you is if it was to pick up and it was like voicemail and you just didn't leave one. So then if you take the cameras, you're going to see that. So when Sheldon's obviously doing all of this, he's sitting down. Okay. He's literally sitting down. And what this phone call is all about is allegedly, supposedly, Carlicia's mom's husband, her stepfather, who lives with her. He has gout, and Emmanuel Moreland, Pap, Sheldon's grandfather, he has gout. And he's out of pills, so Carlicia was like, can you, well, it was Carlicia's mom that asked, can you get the gout medicine? So that's what this supposedly is, why and how he went up to where he was going. Now, Sheldon's grandfather, Pap, had a stroke not too long right before this. And the family held on to his medications and would be giving him his stuff, reminding him to take things because of that. Right? So Sheldon's trying to find out where this gout medicine is, right? Clearly trying to find out something. Because if he just could get it all from his grandfather who he lives with, you wouldn't be calling your uncle, would you? No, you wouldn't. Also, this uncle that he's calling, that's Carlicia's dad. They don't have a good relationship, though. Okay? He calls his uncle, and his nickname is Bear. Michael Moreland. He's a preacher. Son of a preacher, man. So at 10:07, 162 steps. The first step begins at 10:07. Then 10:07 and 21 seconds to 10:07 and 42 seconds. In between that is where one flight of stairs starts. So that's remember I told you, like, he ended up being downstairs, sitting on the couch. Why I'm also saying that is because when he starts to take his steps, he takes one flight of stairs within the first, 20 some seconds of him standing up. He is seen then at 10:09 on the camera outside at Orchard of him and Tyreek Pugh leaving the house and getting in the Traverse. So that's that camera. Then, see this right here? 10:16 and 1 seconds. The 162, it ends. And why this is important is because it starts here at 10:07 and it ends at 10:16. And if you were watching earlier, I showed you guys how close Sheldon's house is to the Dollar General store. It's a minute and 30 seconds. So if Sheldon would have just gotten in his car at 10:09 and drove, because he's got to go up the hill, he would have been at Dollar General at 10:11, 10:12 p.m. His Traverse isn't there then. His Traverse doesn't get there until 10:18/10:19 p.m. because it's like, as it's turning the corner, it's flipping over from being in 10:18 time frame and 10:19. Okay. And the reason that he's taking steps up until this point of 10:16 and 1 seconds is because when he left the house, he got out. So your steps start when you stand up in your house, you go upstairs, and then you come out of your house and you're taking your steps, and then you get into the car. We clearly see that he left and is on a camera at 10:09 and 10:10. Well, why don't the steps just end there? Why do they continue all the way to 10:16 and 1 seconds? Because the way that Apple is set up, if you take those steps within a certain period of time from your last step, it can then register. So the 162 steps is because he gets out of his vehicle in a close enough proximity to this time that the steps are still running on that time frame. So what that would tell anybody that's a good detective, and again, the defense team didn't do this, nor did the prosecution do it, is nobody ever asked Sheldon, well, where did you get the gout medicine? Because then Sheldon would have answered where he got the gout medicine. When he's just saying that he was going and bringing gout, that's why he was up there. That's how he answered the question. He wasn't trying to hide where he, like, oh my God, you didn't tell us that you stopped and got blah, 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 blah. It's like, I didn't even think it was a, what do you mean? I didn't think I was really stopping. I thought that was part of the process. I didn't break it down for you. Like, you know what I mean? And so would you look at it like Sheldon's lying? Or would you just look at it as like Sheldon's just telling, like, he's just, why did you go up to the hill? What were you doing? I was taking gout medicine up there. That's it. That's how it was handled. But if your defense team looked at this, they would be like, well, we're going to say that I would be saying the traverse that you think is his traverse, that can't be, because he wouldn't have gotten on the camera until he should have been on the camera at 10, 11, 10, 12, based on your guys' logic that he went straight up the hill. So that must not be his car. So you're either going to do that to tell the jury, because you can't see Sheldon in the vehicle. You can't say that that's actually his vehicle coming down the hill. Do you know how many traverses there are? And is that truly a traverse? It could be a freaking escape. Who knows? But I'm just saying, like, can you do anything here? But his defense team would have had to have known, or anybody that would look at this material would say, yeah, we know that it takes a minute and 30 seconds to get to that Dollar General from when you leave. So why are you arriving 10 minutes later? Carlicia's phone was never downloaded. Nobody's phone was downloaded in this case except for Sheldon's. So here, Sheldon got out of the vehicle at some point between 10:07, or I'm sorry, between 10:09, 16. And I do my homework, and it was when Sheldon picked up the actual medicine that Emmanuel Pap doesn't have in his possession, because after the stroke, nobody was just letting him. He needed to be reminded to take stuff and given the stuff. And he was really, he's an older gentleman. He's a great guy. I spent a lot of time with this family. They're really, these people aren't out to go kill people. It's not what they're doing. Sorry, it's not the facts. So, and you could look in Sheldon's phone, and he doesn't hang out with Carlicia. He doesn't kick it with Carlicia. Carlicia literally out of the blue, because it was Sheldon's birthday on 4/16, wrote happy belated birthday from her fucking alter ego Facebook account. I found that. And then wrote a couple days later, maybe it was even like a couple weeks, like on 5/2, wrote, come and like kick it up, like come and have a barbecue on like a Sunday, and then here, again, out of the blue, Sheldon's family is asking him, because Bear was supposed to take the medicine to Carlicia, not Sheldon. Because Carlicia told the police that I asked Michael Moreland, Bear, for it. And I have no idea how this all happened, but Sheldon then calls me and he's like, are you coming to get this medicine or something? And she's like, what? It didn't make any sense, because no, I wasn't driving. My mom wasn't home from work, and all her fucking lies. Are you going to believe somebody that's out there fucking literally pleading guilty to running a traffic operation for fucking carfentanil and fentanyl and heroin with the feds and not doing any time? Like, do you believe a word this broad says? Absolutely not. Okay. So Sheldon goes and gets this gout medicine, which was just allegedly one pill wrapped in a napkin, a toilet paper, like, napkin. And so when his car is actually seen on the Dollar General, if they want to say, hey, that's his Traverse, there is a Traverse or one that looks like it at 10:18, 10:19, and it's going up the hill. Then at 10:20 and 32 seconds, His 82 steps begins, bitches. Take this, Carlisha, and shove it so far up your fucking ass. Okay? Because Carlisha says to the police, yeah, I told Sheldon to call when he arrived. And that's what he did. No, he didn't. You fucking liar. Sheldon starts walking at 10, 20, and 32 seconds to start his 82 steps. I showed you guys Carlisha's house and how close it is to the side of the road. Okay. Sheldon pulled up. He took 30, 40 steps one way and took 30, 40 steps back. Okay. He walked 1 foot in that house to put the gout medicine on the mantle, which he referred to as the dresser. Look at this. Then, so his 82 steps start 10, 20, and 32 seconds. At 10, 24, and 48 seconds, it starts the call with Carlisha. How I'm able to do this is because if you actually look deep in Cellbrite, you can get so much shit you don't even realize. That's when the call dialed at 10:24 and 48 seconds. When the hoe answered was 10:24 and 59 seconds. So 11 seconds, and then she answers. Okay? She tells police that that phone call was to tell her, hey, it's Sheldon, I'm here. Yep, come on in. No. So this was what she tells police. And that Sheldon then comes to the door. Her kids, one of them let Sheldon in. And that Sheldon asks, where's your mom? And the kid says, upstairs in the bathroom, taking a shit. And then Sheldon goes upstairs, she says, and has a conversation with her through the door. Okay? Through the door while she's taking a shit. And she's like, I told Sheldon just to leave it, Bob, that he's like, no, he was joking with me. And then he said he'll just wait. And so he's just talking through me through the door. Like, who believes this shit? Pun intended. Nobody believes this shit. So, and I can prove that it's not true because Carlisha, sweet sugar tits, if Sheldon got out of the car and did what you said, where's the floor? Where's the flight of stairs that he would have had to gone up to get upstairs? Oh, that's right. They're not here. It didn't happen. He literally walked up to the door, put it on the dresser. He tells the cops that I didn't want to give it to a little kid, okay, because the 12-year-old wasn't the one that answered the door. It was the 8-year-old, okay? And then they have a little baby that's just rolling around on the couch who was just born a couple months ago. And go ahead and look up Carlisha. She is not Mother of the Year. She has 3 years worth of truancy. Literally, 2022, 23, 24, truancy charges. Has not served a day in federal prison, even though she pled guilty and she was looking down a pipe barrel at that time of anywhere up to 40 fucking years and $5 million fines for what she was doing. So look at this. So the truth of the matter is that Sheldon called Carlisha to tell homegirl, I left that shit. And then Carlisha was like, oh shit, you were supposed to call me when you got here. This is not good. Sheldon at 10:25 and 14 seconds on with his data, not using anybody's Wi-Fi, he's able to, if you just get your app, boom, you hit Snapchat app, boom, and you get out. Okay. He's on the Dollar General cameras, 10:32. And then 10:34, he's back at the Orchard cameras. Okay. It really fucked up their plans. Okay. And Sheldon went back down the same way he went up that time because when he pulls up, he doesn't go and turn on to Jones because he has no reason to do that. Okay. And the reason that when he walked up to the door, because he gets out of the car at 10:20 and some change and start taking steps, the reason he calls her is because the hoe didn't answer the door. She ain't there, and he has to call her at 10:25 when he makes that phone call because she's not there. And so it's like, well, I don't know where you're at, whatever you're doing. I left it, blah, blah. And how I know that he couldn't have been running all over God's creation is because there's only 82 steps that he could have taken. And I've done the due diligence to get out of my vehicle, track it. How does 82 steps happen? How much can I possibly walk? And like I said, he came the first time up there, he comes back down the same way he came up. He did not go down the other end. Now, when he gets home, his steps were over at 10:28 and 2 seconds from up top. Okay. And his they're saying that his steps began at 10:34 and 26 seconds. And if you go and you look, the orchard camera, so he's getting out, boom, boom, boom. He's home. He's getting out of his car. He's walking into his house. And then he hits the flight of stairs at 10:36 and 31 seconds. He goes upstairs. He texts his sister. He checks his Instagram. He accesses his Skype account. Okay. I really want to have a expert look at to see what occurred, anything more than just accessing it, meaning that if you just hit the app button. Then at 10:42 and 37 seconds, those 134 steps that started, they end. 10:50 and 28 seconds to 10:50 and 58 seconds. The Instagram, he's on the app for that amount of time. Then he created some avatar because he, like I said, he was doing his Life Church Bible app stuff with he was adding all of this stuff online with his YouTube. He was doing all of this church stuff. Okay. Who is literally coming home and doing church stuff with an app and I'm ready to commit murder, man. Wild. No, sorry. Instagram again, he popped on there for, I don't know, a minute and some change. Then he was looking at documents on Instagram. Then he was doing something with, again, his YouTube. Then at 11:07 and 48 seconds, at 110 steps begins. And again, same type of thing. When he starts to take his steps, he calls his uncle. Okay. Then he's seen leaving Orchard Street at 11:10 with Tyreek Pugh. And again, at 11:18, such 11:19, he's seen that car is seen on a Dollar General camera. And again, it doesn't take you that long. So in between any of this, though, it's not like he's connected to Wi-Fi or anything like that. But his steps for 110 steps here, when they begin, those 110 steps end the same type of way at 11:16 and 22 seconds. It does the same thing on that last trip when it ended at 10:16. And so he had to have gotten out of the vehicle between the time that he leaves and before 11:16. Because the reason I say this is because he would have been already on the camera way earlier. Like he had to go and do something. And that's where the whole thing is. It's like, where did he get this gout? Like, what's going on here? And if you look through all of this, where is there a phone call where Sheldon would have got a phone call from somebody like a Carlisha to say, you brought the wrong medicine, or he needs more. It's not enough. You know how I know that this is all bullshit? Because they eventually interview the guy that was supposed to get the gout medicine. And he makes it seem like he got the doses of the gout medicine all at the same time. Like, he got them all at the end together. And so that tells me that that man couldn't have ever said, this isn't enough, or this is the wrong pill. This is the heart medicine, not the gout medicine. The only way that you could ever say that is if you ever saw the pill that he first brought up in the first place. If you go and you listen to the guy's interview who is supposed to get the gout medicine, who's Carlicia's stepdaddy, who's supposedly sitting out on the back porch, who didn't see anything and never saw anybody arriving to that house. Total lies. There has to be somebody, like, why would Sheldon be going back to the hill? Who, and then ding, 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 where's Tyreek Pugh's phone? Who's contacting Tyreek Pugh? Okay. Were they supposed to go back up there? No. Why would Sheldon leave, go kick it at home, doing this shit, just say, okay, now we can go back to Carlicia's? You know? No, sorry. So then Sheldon leaves, again, like I said, with Tyreek Pugh. They go somewhere before they get on that camera, Dollar General at 11:18. But so when he's making this turn to go up to the hill, his steps begin. Now, this is what's awesome. His steps begin at 11:22 and 21 seconds. This is 2 minutes later than the first time going up. That means that he had to travel further. He didn't stop at Carlicia's house that time. He went further, and that's why he made a right down Jones Street, because he went to another house on Jones Street. Because multiple people up there on that Jones Street, they all know each other. They play dice games up there. They kick it up there. Okay. His steps do not start until 11:22 and 21 seconds. And guess what? It's not 82 steps now. It's 276 steps. That's a lot of steps compared to just the 83, right? Those 276 steps all happen between 11:22 and 21 seconds and 11:31 and 54 seconds. Between 11:20 though and 11:24, Carlicia's mom comes home. Carlicia's mom comes home and she tells the police that she didn't see Sheldon's car there, she didn't see Sheldon, and she didn't see Tyreek Pugh. And at first, it would seem like she's a fucking liar, because Sheldon gets out of the vehicle at 11:22 and 21 seconds, and he's taking steps, right? And then I said to myself, no, she's not a liar. Sheldon just didn't go to Carlicia's house the second time, because Carlicia was somewhere else. But Carlicia tells the cops that she didn't even know Sheldon was coming the second time, because she was upstairs in her bedroom the whole time working on a business plan. What? Working on a business plan? That's some wild shit right there. Girl, you are going to federal prison for up to 40 years. What business plan are you working on? Please enlighten us at home here. (11:33 and 39 seconds). 184 steps will begin. And this is my argument to the lawyers out there, is that just like before, when Sheldon would be wherever and his steps ended at 11:31, and then or it was like at 7:15, and then steps resume at 7:17, okay? In order for this to start back up again, okay, it's when Sheldon starts moving again. Meaning he has to begin his steps from the top of the hill. Okay? He's starting his steps from the top of the hill on Jones Street. The way that his lawyers wanted to argue me about it, and I said, that's not true at all. They're saying that, yeah, Lana, his stops started here, they end here, and he gets in his car and he starts driving at 11:31 and 54 seconds. And then he stops driving. He stops driving and he gets out of his car and he starts walking at 11:33 and 39 seconds. I said, where? They're like, in the middle of the road when he shot Tyreek Pugh. I said, are you fucking kidding? That's what you think happened? That's what you think that this shows? I said, that's how dumb you are. I said, let me show you what this shows. What this shows is that Sheldon is clearly up on top of the hill and he gets out of his vehicle at 11:22 and 21 seconds and he starts the 276 steps. Those 276 steps end there. Okay? Where does it say that he gets into his car underneath this? Where does it say that he connects to Wi-Fi or connects to Bluetooth in his car? Doesn't. In fact, what it shows, like all the other times show, is that he, after the 10 minutes is up, it has to start a new clock. But if you'll notice, it doesn't start the new clock. Look at 11:31 and 54 seconds. If he was just going to be doing something like back to back right after it, those steps would have already had to kick in. The steps don't kick in until 11:33 and 39 seconds. It's because he's sitting down. He was up when he's up there at the top, whether he's sitting down on someone's porch, okay, whether he's standing in the same spot for an extended period of time, he's not moving. But then eventually he has to start moving from being up top on Jones Street. And when that starts is the 11:33 and 39 seconds. That starts the 184 steps from up top on Jones Street. And that's what an expert would testify to. And then when he's walking back and is getting into his car, he could have just taken, whether it's 5 steps, 6 steps, whether it's 10, whether it's 12, whether it's 20. How I know that I'm right is because the 184 steps goes all the way to 11:42 and 49 seconds. Okay. And why this is critical is because of the steps, all the steps will occur once they're counting once he gets home on Orchard Street. When he gets home at 11:39, you see him on the camera. He gets out, he's walking, he goes in. All of those steps that he's taking from 11:39 to 11:42 in 49 seconds, of which 2 flights of stairs happens, plus all the walking around. Okay. So when you leave here at 11:33 and 39 seconds, and I say when you leave, you're taking X amount of steps, okay, getting into your vehicle and then driving down the hill. You are then on the camera at 11:35 and 52 seconds, which is the 2 cousin. And that's why I said, okay, where would it have been on Jones Street? Get in, you're on Jones Street, get into the vehicle and see how long it would take you to get from 11:33. And I think I did it like at 59 seconds. I think I gave myself 20 seconds to be walking to get into the car and then to leave. And then how, you have basically from 11:34 to basically 11:36, because it's so close to like this. So I just said you have 2 minutes to get down there. How long would it take you? Now, how do you do all of that and kill a man? And this is what makes the math work as well. By him arriving, he's not speeding. He's driving 25 miles an hour. He's seen on the two cousins' camera 11:35 and 52 seconds, and then he's seen on his own camera Orchard Street 11:38, towards the end of 11:39, and then his Bluetooth did some connection with his phone in the Traverse at 11:39. So it's all like lining up. And he's still, this is all still registering in this, the 184 is still with 11:33 and 39 seconds. So if you work it all backwards, a couple things. The people up on the hill said they didn't hear gunshots until like midnight. Sheldon was way long gone and home. The mother of Carlicia saying that she didn't see anybody. Sheldon was there. Sheldon was up there. How do you not see him? Sheldon's clearly walking around and taking 276 steps. She also said that she didn't see Sheldon's Traverse. She knows Sheldon's Traverse because it's Bear's car and that's her ex. She also drove up the hill that he's driving down, and she said there was nobody in the middle of the road, then, because nobody ever considered this either. What if Sheldon passed the body and didn't do anything? What if Sheldon witnessed stuff up there and and when I say witness something, I'm saying he knows when he left that Tyreek Pugh was hanging out with this person, and that person, but he kept his mouth shut. But you explain to me how a kid is going to drive down the hill and possibly be able to get out of a car down at the bottom of it and shoot somebody 7 times, and this person just going to let them. I get that. What, pulls out a gun, get out of the car, walks around, Tyreek Pugh was shot, I believe, first on the side. And he does all of this, doesn't get any DNA on himself from any blood. The gun is super close to the point that when Tyreek Pugh is laying down flat, finally, after the fact, somebody stands over him and shoots right here as like a final shot. And then how would Sheldon possibly get Tyreek Pugh at all these different angles in his head? How does that happen? And all those 27 people that I was telling you about that were in the area, nobody called in, nobody heard gunshots, nobody called the police. Except for the guy that comes driving up the hill at 11:39. And then this is what Sheldon did the rest of the night, like he does every other night. So as he's getting home, the 911 caller is calling at 11:39. At 11:42 and 49 seconds, that's 53 steps happens beginning at 11:44. His mom calls him at 11:48. That's when all the news is passing on through, which I think is interesting because they said that they heard gunshots. And everybody calls everybody. That's what they do in that area. That happens all the time. That is nothing that's... Everybody calls everybody. This is a small area, and like the guys that were up at the top of the hill that came down because they thought they heard like 10 shots go off. What's her name? Carlicia's mom said that she heard 3. he accessed his Facebook for like a second. He accessed his Instagram. His steps stop at 11:53. He takes 62 steps at 11:54 until 11:54 and 43 seconds. 62 steps. It's like going back downstairs. 11:54 and 53 seconds to 55 seconds a floor. Now he told something that I think is interesting, and when he got home, if you look at what he does, and I was like, well, that's interesting. There's 2 flights here, but it's in a longer period. If you go upstairs after you get home, if you go upstairs and you get your laundry, to do laundry, then you would need an extra flight, because when you go downstairs, it's not going to count. But when you have to go down to the 3rd level where the basement is, and then you'd have to come up from there, that's where you would get like that second step or that second flight. And then what also makes that seem like it's true is that when you get this floor here is to go back up at 11:54 and 53 to 55. Because if you were going to like check on your shit. And then so and then I did the math and I was like, I think we'd be missing a floor. So I said, I don't even think that's the case. Because remember, when you're going down, it doesn't count. And I said, yeah, no. I said, after he does his last floor with the steps here, see how like they include that? I was like, he was basically in his room, because he doesn't walk for like almost from, it's like he gets up to go to like the bathroom at like 1:52 to 1:52 and 39 seconds. It's like he walked to like the bathroom. And then at the 3:36 and 17 seconds, this is when the police came there. So, see, he accessed his phone to call Bear at 3:38 and 46 seconds. That's the time that they're saying that they had all of this conversation with Sheldon. And I'm like, this proves that what you guys said happened at the house couldn't have happened like that. You couldn't have asked him all those type of questions up until you're like, okay, well, who do we call and who do you know for Tyreek to give like, and they would have said like 20 or 30 minutes went by. Dude, 2 minutes. This would show that what you're claiming Sheldon said in your interview with him that wasn't recorded, you have 2 minutes with him before he calls his uncle. 2, bitch. And he only called his uncle because y'all told him, like you said in the report, of why he called his uncle, to find out a number for Tyreek Pugh's family, like his mom. And so then Bear calls back. And then Sheldon accesses his phone to look at his mom's contact. Right here, Sheldon accesses the iMessages with Delsha to see, and this was at 3:44 and 34 seconds, to see what time she called him, because when he said, well, I put 2 and 2 together because my mom had called me earlier and said that they heard gunshots and wanted to make sure that I was okay. And they've done that with me every time that there's gunshots, and they do anything when there's cops involved since the Del Tondo shit. And so he accessed to look and pull up her information, and it's right there. And that happened after he talked to Bear, which again fucks up their little narrative of how it all played out. He didn't tell Bear shit. Like, hey, the cops are here, man. And no. Like you're all lying. This is lies, and his fucking phone and his data prove it. The cops stayed, and I can tell the last time that he actually had access to his auto Wi-Fi connecting to his home one was at 4:35 and 24 seconds. And these idiots, these dipshits, they never put the phone in airplane mode once they got it. It's like going up a flight of stairs and shit like that. That's at PSP. And I said, why don't they go ahead and look at page 11,031, and you're going to see in the calendars that Sheldon put in way ahead of time that on 6/26/2020 the police academy started in the Cellbrite, and he put it in the calendar, and that was on a way earlier date, and it just proves what he was saying. He's not making this up. His brother wasn't making it up, and you can find it in the Cellbrite, and it's on page 11,031. I've gone through all 12,964 pages of his Cellbrite. And I will go toe-to-toe with anybody on this case. Sheldon Jeter Jr. did not kill Tyreek Pugh. He did not kill Rachel Del Tondo. And do I think I know who did it? I think I know who top 3 are. Yeah, I do. But you know what? That's the police's job. And you have the right to remain silent. And if Sheldon wants to live by a code of not being a rat, or if people want to think that, I personally think that somebody worked with the police and that Sheldon was framed. And the person that worked with the police, yeah, I think that they're family. And I have no problem saying that. Then that community knows that Sheldon didn't kill nobody. Sheldon didn't stand a chance because his lawyers didn't do a fucking thing. None of this shit that was presented in court should have been admissible. Cops getting in cars, moving fucking shit. They had no probable cause to even get a search warrant. They lied. Can't he be proven innocent without ratting? Of course he can. Because it's not, he doesn't have to prove shit. They have to prove that he did something, right? But all of this happened so quickly. The next thing Sheldon knew, he was literally in bed, gets woken up in the middle of the night, and comes downstairs. These cops are already in his house because they just, plowed through Emmanuel Moreland. They're making it seem like Emmanuel Moreland just let him on in. That Emmanuel Moreland was just up at 3, just chilling. Yeah, right. Get the fuck out of here. 8 cops going there to serve a death notice. My titties. No, you weren't. And you didn't check those cameras. You didn't know if there was a traverse on there. You knew that there was a traverse in the area because you've been following Sheldon Jeter Jr. the whole time. And you used Tyreek Pugh as your bait. And you killed Tyreek Pugh so that you could frame Sheldon for it, so that you could eventually then pin the Del Tondo case on to Sheldon. Because somebody wants that sewed up. Because if D.A. Lozier was to get out of office, which he is now, somebody could potentially face prosecution for Rachel Del Tondo's murder. Why aren't they taking fresh eyes and re-examining the Rachel Del Tondo case? Sheldon Jeter Jr. did not kill Rachel Del Tondo. It was a professional hit. And then it was a complete botch job by the police department. I think you get, let's just put it this way. If Sheldon Jeter Jr. would have killed Tyreek Pugh, You got to give him a little bit of credit that he wouldn't have just bought a gun 6 weeks beforehand, is getting ready to enroll in the police academy, and decides, I'm going to use this gun that I just bought and go shoot a man in the middle of the road that I have no reason to, for no reason whatsoever, for thrills. And then make sure that I'm seen on every possible camera down Franklin Avenue, back to my house where then I'm still on camera. And I'm going to leave all the shell casings there. And I'm going to sleep with the murder weapon. And then even though the cops come and I find out that Tyreek Pugh's killed, and oh God, the cops now know, I'm just going to leave everything still in my room so that the cops can just come back with a search warrant and get it all. If you believe that, woo, then you must think that Karen Reed is guilty. Carlisha Williams is trash. She's a shitbag mom. And she clearly cut a deal with the feds. She's fucking a CI. Otherwise, she'd be in fucking prison right now. And it's just crazy that she was supposed to have a sentencing date on 5/29 of 2020 to sentence her. It never happened. Carlisha Williams has never been sentenced. And that was just right before, or I'm sorry, that was just right after the murder of Tyreek Pugh and the arrest of Sheldon Jeter Jr. Wow. And this is a woman who lied and said that Sheldon came into her house and came upstairs. Why would she lie about that? He never came inside and he never went upstairs. It's because y'all got your shit wrong. It's because when somebody looked at that Cellbrite and tried to determine something, they fucked it all up and they told you that you needed to account for a flight of stairs when you didn't. They fucked it all up. And I love it. I love it. And Carlisha had to make it seem like she was home when she wasn't. You want me to believe that Carlisha Williams was upstairs on a Friday night at 11 o'clock, 11:30, had no idea Sheldon came back the second time because she was upstairs in her room working on a business plan. She's going to federal prison to up to 50 or 40 years. What business plan are you working on? And this is the cops. Oh, God, this sounds great. Okay, sounds great, Carlisha. Thank you so much for your time. Yep. This is perfect. And here's Pittsburgh mainstream media. Eating it all up. Like the fucking fools they are. I put a nice FOIA request in for Carlisha Williams's the FOIA that I did is for the Carlisha Williams case file. I mean, that should be all handled, right? Let's find out who Carlisha told on. Why would anybody get out of a deal like that? You cannot find, you Google all these people that get caught in all these drug rings. In fact, let's see. In fact, her man, Carlisha, had 3 cameras in her house that night. They were they miraculously disappeared because they were unplugged. Like, what? Why would you get a search warrant and pull that shit? Why would you ever believe that? You believe, like, why would... You guys, when would the cops ever believe this shit? Nobody believes this type of shit. The same cops that go and fill out a search warrant for Google coordinates and they're fucking wrong. And they don't do anything to correct it because you guys know what's going to show up. And you're going to have what? Police officers in the area right there before anything takes place. You're going to have what? Carlisha and her baby daddy all up in that area. You're going to have what? Here's mainstream media, though. Oh, let's just chalk it up as black on black crime. The fuck it is. It's not black on black crime. That's not what this is. You guys, they do not like when I talk about this case. They do not like it. You guys don't even understand. I talk about this case. YouTube has a problem with it. Oh, let's go back to this. Let me just play you guys a video when it all started.
Going and making contact at that residence. They came in contact with Sheldon Jeter Jr.
A prime suspect has been publicly identified in the unsolved murder of teacher Rachel Delando. We do a recap of all we know so far in the case. Then,
okay, so check this out. This is literally 2 years ago. So this is after he's found guilty of killing Tyreek Pugh. What do? What I tell you they would do? They are going to name Sheldon Jeter Jr. a prime. He was a person of interest. Now he's a prime suspect because they needed to label him as a killer, a murderer.
we bring on the attorney for the prime suspect for reaction and what we can expect happening now.
He's fired.
Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
I can help that he went on this.
Let's go to Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, where the local district attorney announced the prime suspect in the 2018 murder of former teacher Rachel Delando. Here's everything we know so far about the case. So Rachel Delando was 33 years old, and back on Mother's Day 2018, she had gone out for ice cream with friends. She was dropped off at her parents' home where she had been living at around 10:45 p.m., and then she was gunned down in the driveway shortly after that. Shot multiple times at close range. There were no eyewitnesses. This became another cold case because at the time she was killed, there were already 8 unsolved murders in Aliquippa. There was reporting that maybe she was killed by corrupt police officers because she was allegedly helping state police in their investigation into corruption in the local police department. She was allegedly receiving death threats. Her mother had said that Rachel was deathly afraid of police and said that they're following me. But this past week, Beaver County District Attorney David Lazier announced that the prime suspect in Rachel's death is 24-year-old Sheldon Jeter Jr., but he hasn't been charged at the time of this broadcast. So who is Sheldon Jeter Jr.? Jeter is 17 years old in high school, star football player, and he reconnects with Delando. and she is accused of having sexual relations with him. Well, Rachel was allegedly caught by police with Jeter late at night, parked in an abandoned lot, and she allegedly told them not to tell her fiancé, Frank Katropa. Now, Frank would come to actually find out that she was with Sheldon Jeter that night. He was given a copy of the police report. Now, Rachel's mom denies that her daughter engaged in.
The police report wasn't written up when it happened. The police report was written up 16 months later and then given to him right after it was written up. And the person that told this police officer to write it up was the police chief, that the assistant police chief that was actually texting inappropriate stuff with Lauren, who was the friend of Rachel Delando that told her to go for a walk that night right before she was shot 9 times in the back. That's who she went to, and that's a police officer's daughter.
Any kind of inappropriate relationship with Sheldon Jeter Jr. Rachel allegedly told her friend that she never did anything with Jeter. And that police report that I mentioned on the incident, it really had no solid evidence that she was doing anything sexual with Jeter.
Exactly.
That report was also apparently written sometime after the fact.
Yeah.
But Jeter's attorney confirms that the relationship did happen and that car incident wasn't the first time, that this was ongoing for a while. He said that Delando was cheating on Katropa with Jeter.
What?
Well, Frank Katropa was questioned. He was looked into
Wait
in connection with Rachel's death. He
what?
was cleared. Mentioned on the incident, it really had no solid evidence that she was doing anything sexual with Jeter. That report was also...
This motherfucker couldn't open up a goddamn discovery, but he comes out and says this shit? Oh my God. What a fool you are, Santa Cola. You are trash, man. You are fucking trash. Tizzy trash. I can't wait for the bombshells I have coming. Can't give all my goods away.
Apparently written sometime after the fact. But Jeter's attorney confirms that the relationship did happen and that car incident wasn't the first time, that this was ongoing for a while. He said that Delando was cheating on Katropa with Jeter. Well, Frank Katropa was questioned. He was looked into in connection with Rachel's death. He was cleared. But back to that police report again. Someone anonymously leaked that report. They leaked it to the school where Rachel had been teaching. They leaked it to the school board, the mayor, news outlets. Katropa denies being the one who leaked it, although there were reports that when he found out what happened, he was very distraught. But he does say that he showed that report to a lot of people. As for Delando, she was suspended from her job at the school when that report came out. According to her parents, she was so affected by what happened, the public release of this report, that she was committed to a psych ward for 3 days. By the way, her mom says that Jeter became obsessed with Delando, that he came to their house one night drunk. She had to, scare him off. But going back to Rachel, she cut ties with Katropa and Jeter for a period of time. In fact, in 2018, she actually starts spending time with Jeter's half-brother, 31-year-old Rayshawn Bolton.
Guess who he's
according
friends
to
with?
Deltando's mother. That enraged Sheldon Jeter.
It did not.
But fast forward back to the night that Rachel Delando was killed. So she was getting ice cream with her friend, Lauren Watkins, when they actually passed Sheldon Jeter in a car filled with people. He saw this. He writes Lauren on Facebook asking if he had just seen them and then asking what they were doing. Lauren Watkins apparently didn't respond. Now, the evidence suggests that...
Just so we know, that's not even true. How it went down is Sheldon was supposed to go with them. She's in a car with Sheldon's half-brother, Tyree Jeter. Tyree Jeter. Ty, they call him, okay? Ty. That's Sheldon's other half-brother. So Ty Jeter was in a car with Rachel, Lauren, and Ty. Rachel wasn't even supposed to be in Aliquippa that weekend. She was actually in Cleveland for the weekend. She came home early because she wanted to see her mom on Mother's Day. She wasn't even supposed to be home yet. Okay. Earlier, when they made plans to go to get ice cream, Sheldon was invited. He was part of, hey, do you want to go? So Jesse, you're wrong. And I get it though, because you're only being told part of it. And they just went. Now, if you go and you look up where they went and you see what time they actually went to go get ice cream and how long it takes to get to this location that they went. Yeah, let me just tell you about that. You would have been arriving as the place was closing. and that they stayed for 20 minutes after it closed. Yeah, go get that camera footage. Where's that camera footage at?
Sheldon Jeter may have been tracking Rachel that night, tracking her location, texting his brother Tyree, who was with Lauren and Rachel at the ice cream shop. Now, of course, the eerie thing is Rachel was gunned down just minutes after being dropped home by Lauren. Police looked into Sheldon Jeter. They collected his clothes that he was
And Lauren just had texted, "Why don't you go for a walk?"
wearing. They look into his calls and texts. They say that he showed no emotion when he was told that Rachel had been killed. Rachel's mother told 48 Hours that night I knew it was him, meaning Sheldon Jeter. And as for Sheldon Jeter, his uncle says that his nephew was home when Delando was killed, that he had an alibi. But that is not the end of Sheldon Jeter's
He
legal
has
troubles.
a very good
No.
alibi. Because guess what? You play video games online, yeah, you have a pretty good alibi. But not only that, go get a geofence. Let's see who's in the geofence. Who's in the geofence? Who's there? Who's all around there? Whose house is literally 6 or 7 houses down from Rachel Deltando's house? Frank Atropa's mom. Why don't you ask Frank Atropa's baby mama how Frank was acting that night? Yeah. Do some police investigation. Do some police work.
2 years after Deltando was killed, a man named Tyrick Pugh is shot to death. Tyrick had been living with Sheldon Jeter. In fact, surveillance footage.
I cannot believe they have this. He wasn't living there. It's in the court paperwork. He didn't live there. He lived with the Sharps, Webbs. They all know this. Everybody in Aliquippa knows that he didn't live there.
Shows them leaving the home a little after 11 p.m. on the night in question. And then later on that night, Sheldon comes home alone. A motorist is the one who actually finds Tyrick's body. He'd been shot 7 times. And authorities find a gun and ammunition in Sheldon's bedroom that matched the shell casings from where Tyrick was shot. So Sheldon Jeter was arrested, and he was ultimately found guilty at trial of first-degree murder. He's currently serving a term of life in prison. But that is not the end of the story there, because judges from the Superior Court of Pennsylvania ordered a retrial after it was discovered that a juror in Jeter's trial was Deltando's next-door neighbor.
Who
In
broke
fact,
that?
this juror had been in the middle of divorcing a distant cousin of Jeter. So
That's my scoop right there. That's not what's happening though. They said that they needed an evidentiary hearing for this fucking juror misconduct.
murder. He's currently serving a term of life in prison. But that is not the end of the story there, because judges from the Superior Court of Pennsylvania ordered a retrial after it was discovered that a juror in Jeter's trial was Deltando's next-door neighbor. In fact, this juror had been in the middle of divorcing a distant cousin of Jeter. So that brings us back to the DA's announcement that Sheldon Jeter is the prime suspect. And even though it was reported a grand jury had been impaneled to hear evidence in the Deltando murder case at one point,
Bunch of times.
Sheldon Jeter has not been actually charged in connection with her death. The DA, Mr. Lazier, has said, "We have been working on it continuously, and we have used every technology that's available.
Liar.
We've used every state law agency, federal agency, private expert, and consultation looking for technologies to put Sheldon Jeter or another individual in that driveway at that time. So far, none of the technology has been able to make us do that. So we're hoping that additional information will help us. Maybe this is an informant, but we're still looking for additional information as technology improves." The DA indicated that they will begin unsealing search warrants in the case, and police will offer a cash reward.
They have not done any of it. This was 2 years ago. 2 years ago. He did it to try to get reelected. Jesse, do you not know anything? Come on, man. DA, it's not Lazier. It's DA Lozier. He lost to Nate Bible. Okay? And he did this. I'm going to name Sheldon as a prime suspect to try to win favor with the voters. The Deltondos went live and told him he's a fucking piece of shit. And if you ever use my daughter for your political gain, I love the Deltondos. She gave it to him. She sucked it so far up his fucking ass. It was the most beautiful thing ever.
More information into Deltondo's death. But the Deltondos are not very happy with this announcement. They think it doesn't really add anything, and it's being used for political purposes by the DA. They've released a statement that says, how does this help to find the killer of our daughter? Second, why make the announcement now? The answers to these questions are really clear to us. This was a cheap, underhanded, pitiful political stunt pulled by Mr. Lazier in an effort to boost his campaign for re-election, which will occur in approximately 2.5 months at the expense of our dead daughter and us. Yeah. After 5 years of producing nothing, he is fearful that his ineptness as a DA is showing through and that the announcement was made to deflect his poor effort to bring justice to our daughter. Shame on him. Now, Lazier responded saying, quote, I'm afraid that anything I do in an election year is going to be painted as politics. I thought that the community and the family deserved to know our position. They were pleased with the approach that we had made and what we provided. Their position changed, and that is out of my control. So clearly, a lot has happened so far in this case. All right, as we continue our discussion into the latest development in the Rachel Deltondo case, allow me to bring in attorney Michael Santacola, who represents Sheldon Jeter Jr., the man that the DA has now announced is the prime...
For the record here, he's not Sheldon's attorney anymore. He should be disbarred. And if Sheldon cannot get a new trial based off of his efforts here that are coming up, then he will get it on ineffective assistance of counsel at the right here. And this guy should sign off on it if he wants to save any. I mean, they didn't ask one question during voir dire of any of the jurors if they know who Rachel Deltondo was, heard about the case. Yeah.
Suspect in the murder. Michael, welcome to Sidebar. Thanks for taking the time.
Thank you for having me.
Feels like a very interesting announcement, considering people who were following this case had already suspected that your client might have been involved in this. What did you make of the DA's announcement?
Yeah, I would agree with you. It definitely strange timing, strange announcement. I mean, my client's name has been floated around the DA's office, the police department, shows, national shows, as a person of interest or somebody that's involved in this girl's life, or could possibly be a suspect. So to us, it really doesn't announce anything. In fact, I think it does more damage than it does good.
Right, because they've announced him as a suspect, but they haven't charged him. Why do you think it's made now? The way I understand is Deltondo's family, Miss Deltondo's family, has said that they believe this was made for political reasons, that he's the DA is running for re-election. What do you think is going on here?
Yeah, that's a common thing that many people have mentioned. I've stayed away from that because I can't say for sure. If I had to guess, it would certainly seem that that would be the most likely reason for announcing this. He's got a tough race going right now. And I think it's backfired on him, quite frankly, because there's been a lot of backlash from people, especially in the legal field, trying to wonder what the purpose behind this announcement would be. I think, quite frankly, by him doing this, by announcing that they believe he's the suspect that we can't charge, I'm not sure they could get, even if they did charge, they could get a fair jury in Beaver County.
So my understanding is the DA has also said that he is going to be unsealing search warrants
lawyers like
in the
you
case, revealing some of the evidence they might have against your client. Are you concerned about that?
I'm not. I mean, this is not new evidence. This tragedy happened 5 years ago. We're well aware of my client's whereabouts, and we know that he was not involved. We believe he was innocent of this crime. And again, if they had enough evidence, they would charge Mr. Jeter. And I've been doing this for 25 years, and I have seen many charges filed with some questionable facts or questionable inferences made by the Commonwealth against certain individuals. So if they don't have enough to even charge him, what they're saying is they can't even make it past a preliminary hearing.
They have asked now for the public's help. So they're going to release the information from the warrants. I believe the police are going to offer a cash reward for people with information. The DA has suggested maybe an informant would come forward. How do you think that's going to play out?
I think that's a horrible idea. I don't begrudge any law enforcement, trying to use every means to try to get to the bottom of a crime. I know the detectives, I know the police officers. I mean, these guys know what they're doing. I believe over the last 5 years, they have interviewed every single possible witness they could. I'm sure they didn't leave anybody out. So either people have told their stories numerous times, or they have not told their story. I don't know the answer to that one. But obviously, they didn't have any evidence. They had nothing. None of that was enough to bring charges against anybody. So now to say, hey, listen, if somebody wants to change their story, we'll pay you some cash. Does somebody else want to come forward that didn't talk before because we're going to pay you some cash? We've been involved with jailhouse snitches and those kind of cases in the past too. They are inherently unreliable because there's a self-interest in their testimony. There's a self-interest in why they would come forward, and that's just that. It goes to credibility.
So the reason that your client has been suggested as being the one behind this is because he had a relationship, whatever that's defined as. He knew the victim in this case, Rachel Delando. They were reporting that he knew where she was that night, had seen her and her Lauren Watkins, who she was with, that he saw them and knew that they were going to the ice cream shop. This is somebody who was convicted by a jury of a shooting death 2 years later. And when you think about that, and what exactly was his alibi the night that Rachel Delando was killed, and why is it that people who believe he did this, they should know that he didn't do it?
Well, I can't speak to his alibi, obviously, but if you look back at that case and some of the interviews, Miss Watkins was with Miss Delando. She was the last person to see her alive. She was the last person to interact with her, other than obviously the person who killed her. And they were traveling in a car together. Miss Watkins dropped Rachel Delando off at her house to go in, and then by her own admission, she then sent a text message back to her a couple minutes later saying, "Hey, wait, why don't you come back out? Come back outside. Let's take a walk." Which was, I've never heard an explanation as to why that happened. And in that instant, when she was outside, is when she was shot.
But are you suggesting Watkins is somehow involved in this?
I don't know, but that's the facts, and you can read it any way you want. And if you ask Miss Watkins if Rachel Delando was afraid of Sheldon Jeter, the answer was no. She's clearly said that Miss Delando was not afraid of Sheldon Jeter.
Deltando's mother has come forward and said that Jeter was obsessed with her daughter, and that he showed up to the house once drunk, and she had to scare him off with some sort of weapon. Is that not true?
Yeah. I've never had a conversation with Sheldon that ever happened. So I know that she has said that. I don't know if that's the case. I mean, Sheldon knew Miss Delando since he was 17 years old. Like I said, I believe there's an exchange of text messages between Sheldon and several of the people that went to get ice cream that day or that evening, none of which are threatening, none of which seem adversarial, none that would indicate that there was some feud or problem at all between the two of them.
Well, there is the allegation that she was befriending and hanging out with his half brother, and that might have been a source of anger or tension.
Yeah, there's zero evidence of that being the case. I mean, that's a story created by the district attorney or the police. There's no evidence of that at all. There's no witness that would testify to that. There's no one that would show that these two ever argued about it, discussed it, had a conversation, anything that we are aware of.
What do you think about the allegation when this first came out that she was killed potentially for being involved in the investigation into the local police department, that there was corruption that was being looked into and that she was worried about the police? Because that was one of the initial theories.
Yeah, that's information received through third parties that, I don't have no independent knowledge of or fact of that. I mean, the idea was that there was a local reporter in our area, and Miss Delando was talking to him prior to her murder, was talking to him about being afraid of receiving threats. And if that's the case, and then she ends up, unfortunately, being killed, you would think that there's a connection there. And what little we know about it, it's
John Paul got his confidential informant shot.
Involving her fiance who owned a bar where police officers had frequented many times in Aliquippa, and that maybe something was going on. Somebody was looking into it, and I think she worked there at a time, so she might have information involved in whatever was going on.
Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear about that? Look at Santa Cola just dropping some little leakage right there. Listen to that part again.
Fiance who owned a bar where police officers had frequented many times in Aliquippa, and that maybe something was going on. Somebody was looking into it, and I think she worked there at a time, so she might have information involved in whatever was going on. Like I said, this is information that comes to us through third parties. And that was that theory, I guess. Now, how far they took that theory, how much they looked into it, I don't know. But that was the idea at first, which, again, you can't discount the fact that this poor woman was being threatened or being, she was scared of somebody, and it wasn't Sheldon Jeter.
And you were one of the few people, well, maybe not the few people, but you were one of the people who said that there was definitely a sexual relationship between Ms. Delando and your client. That has been denied by the Delando family. Why can you say definitively, or the best that you can, that there was a sexual relationship between the two of them?
Well, if you recall the story of Ms. Delando and my client being caught in a car late at night with steamed up windows in a remote area of Aliquippa, and that they were caught, and that was the local police that had found them together. He was a minor at the time. That would have been a mandatory reporting situation, but the police at that time decided not to report it because their relationship with Ms. Delando's fiance at the time. Then, when the story came out a year later, all of a sudden a police report emerged a year after the incident that laid out what happened, which is what caused the cascading effect of her, I believe, sort of breaking up with her fiance and ending that relationship. Now, the state police are well aware of the relationship between Ms. Delando and my client, because they were investigating that, because when it came out, he was a minor and she was an adult, which would make it a crime. And so, that investigation continued. To my understanding is that, there could have been charges filed against Ms. Delando, and Mr. Jeter did not want to do that.
There was also that police report that you mentioned. It was leaked. It was leaked to the media. It was leaked to the school, the mayor. There was speculation that Ms. Delando's fiance was the one who leaked it. Do you have any theories about who leaked that?
Yeah, I don't. I'm guessing. It certainly would make sense that somebody from him, or somebody that would want to hurt her would leak that police report. I question why it was even written a year later.
Yep.
What was the purpose of that?
So that it could be leaked.
No charges were coming from that. Why would there be an incident report written up if it wasn't written up at the time and no charges were filed? Again, just questionable behavior by the law enforcement in that particular instance.
Fatty Matty, if you guys want to do some research, Frank Atropa's friend Matt, I forget his fucking last name, or real. Yeah. These people are just sick.
Before I let you go, so my understanding is your client, who was convicted for the murder of Tyreek Pugh, there's a higher court that ultimately ordered a retrial. What's the latest in his case?
Okay, so I can give you a nutshell. I'm not the appeals lawyer. We have a specialist appeals lawyer on that.
You're not any
named
lawyer.
Corey Woods, very good lawyer. The argument, what happened was
What
that
happened?
at the time of the jury verdict, the courtroom was filled with even more people that would normally have been there because it was the verdict. People in the audience noticed the jury and came up to the defense team and noticed that, hey, you realize that juror number 4, that might not be the right number, but I believe it is.
It's not.
Is the next door neighbor to Rachel Delando, which shocked us. And that further led us to investigate it a little bit and find out that
This
She had
rise of
spoken to her family about it during the trial. She had prayed with her father about what to do. She didn't know what to do. And all of those things.
you are the biggest lying sack of shit. It's such a shock to you. I put all that shit all over. I broke that story. Yeah, I had mainstream media and that blogger just fucking all twisted up. They're like, what? A shock to you? Why didn't you ask any questions about the jury knowing Rachel? It's a really big part of the case.
Are extreme possible violations of the law. And so we filed a petition to allowing us to let the judge allow us to have a hearing, basically question her about her veracity and whether she's a tainted juror or not. The judge denied that. Well, that, on many things that appealed to the Superior Court was that Superior Court did agree with us and said the judge should have given us a hearing on that. So they have remanded that part back to Beaver County. So there will be a hearing held with this juror to determine if she is indeed tainted or somehow disqualified. And if that is the case, then the case would have to be retried. Other matters that were appealed are now on appeal to the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania.
Michael Santacola, thanks for taking the time
and we
breaking
won.
down this update with us. Really appreciate it, sir.
Hey, thank you.
All right, everybody, that's all we have for you here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, so that's the hearing that's coming up on September 30th. It's taken this long to get it back. There's been some continuations. So September 30th is this big hearing. Now check out this. I have information that DA Lozier, as soon as I broke the story, this cocksucking motherfucker went and interviewed that juror. If that is true, I don't believe that you can do that. Also, if you did do it, you would have to turn it over to Sheldon's defense team. Okay. And they haven't seen anything. So September 30th, 2025, that's the evidentiary hearing for Sheldon to be able to get this new trial. It was the quickest way for him to not be able to use, like, in the post-conviction, you only have one go at it for like ineffective assistance of counsel. So you got to like round everything up and put it all in there. But this is on his direct appeal. And so this juror just has to tell the truth. If this juror tells the truth, Sheldon gets a new trial. But I can tell you this, if I was not in that courtroom, this would never be happening. I went and I got, like, they didn't know that you can't, like, I was talking to the family about it. And when I heard this one girl that I became close with, Sheldon's cousin, and she's like, oh God, there's Mary. And I'm like, oh, who's Mary? Like, I thought like it was somebody that was with our little group. And she's like, oh, I don't know what juror number she is, but she's on the jury. I was like, you know her? I was like, how do you know her? And she's like, oh girl, I went to school with her. She married Sheldon's cousin and she's Rachel Deltando's neighbor. And I said, what the fuck are you talking about? I said, girl, we gotta go get some wings. I said, come again? I said, she's who? She what? Oh God, yeah. I went to school with her. And I was like, and she married and what? And I was like, you know what? Can you do me a favor? Are you friends with her on Facebook? Are you sure that she married Sheldon's cousin? Yeah. And she's like, oh God, it's not going too well right now. I think they're getting divorced. And guess what? The judge married him. The judge of the fucking trial married the juror and her husband. Dude, it's all crazy. Anyways, that's what September 30th is all about. I'm going to do a stand out for Sheldon because I'm going to go beforehand. I think it's on a Tuesday or whatever. And anybody in that area that wants to come and stand out. If there is anybody that deserves a fair trial, okay, that didn't get one, if there's anybody that deserves a defense team because they didn't have one, this is a case for that. Okay. I don't care if you say, I don't even care if you think he's guilty. Okay. This young man did not get a fair trial. All right. This young man has always maintained his innocence, and nobody's ever taken the time to ask him anything. His defense team never went and saw him. He was arrested May 16th, 2020. His trial was June 1st, 2021. He went to trial within a year for first-degree murder. They didn't do dick for him. They didn't call anybody to the stand, the defense team. Insane. Anyways, thank you guys for listening. Much love to the mods, subscribers, members. We'll see you on the flip side. When I say flip side, I'm literally coming back in 5 minutes to be live. We got to talk more about Charlie Kirk. We're going to be talking about the Idaho 4 case with Charlie Kirk because there is a name from the Idaho 4 case that has landed in the Charlie Kirk case. And that is none other than David B. And his 4 a.m. ass over in Idaho to finally, he finds his way in the most whack situations. And so we're going to talk about it. And I mean, a lot of stuff's popping off. And we just got to keep our ears to the street. So thank you, Angel. Come back and join. That defense attorney needs to be disbarred. Yeah, they all do. Everybody on his team needs to go. You don't visit a man and you don't work on your defense and you don't even talk to him. And then you tell his family to talk some sense into him and to take a plea deal. Dude, suck both my tits. Peace.